OBS running. We're live on stream. Very good. Okay. Thank you for your patience. This is Jupiter Exile, and we are playing Dark Souls Soul Level 1 as part of Hard Mode Monday. I'm going to be shaking up my schedule a little bit, looking to do various challenge runs on Mondays, and then Wednesday we're going to be doing games that are related to exploration, puzzles, and I refer to that as Wandering Wednesday, and Dead by Daylight, still going to keep playing that. It's going to be moved over to Friday for a little Friday Night Frights. So let me just remember a bit about how to play Dark Souls, because it has been a minute. As a Soul Level 1 run, we are forbidding ourselves from leveling up over the course of the game. Take off this hood, I don't like the look of it. I'm going to have to unequip Pyromancy a little later, I believe, because I don't think I can unequip that just yet. Naturally, we're in the beginning Firelink Shrine. This whole segment is not going to be terribly different from the way it usually would be. Rah! I remember some things about how to play the game. Okay, there's a run. There's a roll. I remember where a lot of things are and how to do a lot, but the moment-to-moment stuff may escape me from time to time until I've gotten my feet back under me as far as the game is concerned. Oh, you can't sprint up ladders in this one. Okay, yeah. Been a long time since playing the original, but I felt that with Elden Ring being released pretty soon, it was a decent time to run through it. Now this is going to be a Soul Level 1 all bosses run, so we're going to make sure we kill every boss. Not starting with this guy, because we're just going to move over here. And just going to keep making our way. Light a bonfire real quick. We're not necessarily going to be trying to blaze through this as fast as possible, but I am going to try and get through the boring parts real quick. Excuse me, if you could just not, that'd be great. The hand axe will be our first real weapon. We're going to hold it in two hands for a good long while. There we go. Kill stuff, but good. Come through here. Have a little chat. Thank you. I'll take the Estus Flask. Moving right along. Right, I still need to get like a key around here. It has been so long. He's gotten a little tangled up, hasn't he? We can now take a shortcut back to the opening area if we want. Through here. That's how we came in. This is one segment that I believe is always arranged the same. All the messages here are arranged the same every single time. Okay, did I skip over something? Or oh no, there's a key back in that room to make sure you get the Estus Flask. That's what it was. Isn't it? There we go. I just needed to wait for him to finish dying. Being impatient. There's the Pyromancy Flame. We're not going to use that. It is technically available to us, but I've already beaten a Soul Level 1 game with access to Pyromancy. I'm not looking to repeat that. That would not be very fun. We're going to be backstabbing stuff a lot. It's kind of easy. Okay, time for the first boss. have very little stamina throughout this run. Thankfully, the first boss is a wuss. So we'll take him out, move along, and this will get us to Firelink Shrine. There is another demon in that area that we're going to have to come back and deal with a little later. I don't remember if there's like any pickups on the left or right here. No, I believe the answer is no. Alright, so we move right along to Firelink Shrine.
Only in the ancient legends it is stated that one day an undead shall be chosen. To leave the undead asylum in pilgrimage to the land of the ancient lords.
I have completed a Soul Level 1 run for the original Dark Souls and for Dark Souls 2. In Dark Souls 2, I only missed a couple of bosses, but I completed the Scholar of the First Sin kind of alternate ending. In Dark Souls 3, I stopped at the Twin Princes. I had defeated the three. I'd gotten the 3 other Lord Souls, but I got frustrated and distracted when it came time to the Twin Princes and did not complete that part of the run. Level up. No, I don't think we will. Okay, yes. Just need to rest and leave. Actually, wait, how do I unequip the fireball? I completely forgot. Is that through, I think that's a tune magic? Yeah, it's gone. We don't need to look at that. Okay, so we need to run around and grab a couple of things, and also I need to remember where things are, as far as the things we need to grab. Hello, I don't need to talk to you. You just want to talk to me about prayer. Up here, I believe, is the elevator that we've yet to activate and we'll have to interact with much later. A few souls will help us out with making our first couple of purchases, because we would like to buy a different weapon in a little bit. Being Soul Level 1, our stats are fairly restricted, and they're pretty much not going to change. So what this comes out to is there's kind of a truncated list of equipment that is possible for us to wield in this game. And among those, there's a few standouts that we're going to be going for. Thankfully, one of our standout pieces of equipment is available quite early, to the extent that we're going to be buying a couple instances of it, so that we can get different weapons with different elements on them. That'll be different, like differing levels of effect in certain boss fights. I gotta remember how to jump, how to use the claw, grip, hand thing. Alright. Then we'll run up on here, because we're not so masochistic as to go to the graveyard first. Take a quick hit. I ain't so used to this. Backstab the everything. We'll grab this. Get out of the way of that fellow with the fire bombs for a moment. Eat one right in the face. Ow. Very rude of these fellows. Thankfully, we're still at the very chill part of the game. Ow. Okay. So the first test is, can I get that over there on the first try? Herp! Cool. Not dead. And this is a little bit of a tightrope. I forget what this is. Right? Ring of Sacrifice. We absolutely don't care about that. Yay! That's just something for preventing you from losing your souls, and we don't need to level up, so we don't care about our soul count very much. It's one of the liberating things about running a low soul level, is you don't need to actually worry about dying, because what are you losing? A heck of a lot of nothing. You couldn't level up anyway, so what does it matter to you that you're going to lose some level ups? Come out here and grab this. And I think there are some rats in here or something that I might need to be a little bit wary of. There is one over there. Okay, we can block now, as long as we're holding the weapon in 2 hands. There we go. The Soul of the Lost Undead. One thing that's noteworthy about low soul level is that we do not have access to really any good shields. We're not going to be making use of shields pretty much at all. We really don't have a choice to do so. Really going to be restricted to knives, some like slightly strengthy weapons. Ow, that's very rude. I mean, so's this, but you know, I'm the pro tag, so I can get away with it. All right. There's not much in this room unless I go around the long way and do a bunch of other stuff that I'm not going to do. Our first goal is going to be to get to the first merchant. There's a couple things I am going to want to buy. There is a dragon, by the way. Backstabbing things protects us and gives us time to react and respond to the next thing that's going to happen. So it's not only easy, it is safe, and it does a lot of damage. I'm going to light this bonfire, but I don't need to rest here yet because I'm not in the mood to wake everything up again. Come over here, deal with this fight. I'd like to bring these guys out a little bit so that I can take my time with them. Because fighting them both at once is a little annoying. Yada 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 yada. Not quite the right angle for that. I might just run past them. Can I just do that? Yeah, more or less. And over here, there's a spot that I can kind of roll down into, and here I am. And there's a guy back through here who thinks he's very surprising. I'll just deal with that. I think that bridge might fill up with goons when I walk across it. I don't know. Anyhow, here is the first merchant. In like an utter speed game, you could just kill this guy and kind of move on. We're gonna crunch a lot of souls here so we can do some shopping. Hey buddy, how's it going?
Well now, then you are a trade for...
Okay, so the thing that is most important to purchase, I need the residence key, I believe. And I would like to have a few of these reinforced clubs. And the reason why, by and large, is that this comes with a bleed effect, and we can equip it. Those two factors together make it pretty fine. I'm going to buy like 4 of them, and I'm going to make one of them lightning, one of them fire, and I might make the 2 others into other things. It doesn't really matter much, they're cheap. And I think I might buy a buckler because it has better frames for parrying. That is an option. I don't meet the requirements for the buckler, so I can buy the small leather shield and possibly make use of that. It's still usually not going to be in our best interest, but there are select areas where it'll be more useful to parry. The reinforced club, you can see, is already like easier for us. It's already more damage. Because the strength requirement on this is 12, we can wield it in one hand. That's an exact match. When you're putting 2 hands on something, you can wield something up to 1.5 times the requirement. So Now that we have our trusty bat full of nails, we're ready to take on the world. I forget what's over here, but there are a few things that I need to find that I think are back over this way. This is the bit with all the goons. Okay. Yep, so we're dealing a little bit more damage as is. There's a lot to be said about aggression. Usually it's going to be more effective to just hit the guy first, as opposed to like waiting and then swinging. Waiting and swinging is good when you don't know what's going to happen, but we're not looking to play a game that we don't know how to play already. We're playing Dark Souls instead. I'm going to jump back over to here. I am not going to use ranged weapons this game, but there's like a crossbow over here. And some other stuff, if I remember correctly. Oh, there it is. And down there, I believe, is the blue tearstone ring that is up those stairs that I believe requires us to fight an angry boy. And I'm not really keen on fighting him. I really have nothing to get out of it. So we're not going to bother with that nonsense. That's right. No, you can get over there by coming down here. That's right. Maybe I do want to do that. A large soul is useful. Whoop. There is some limited ability to turn around during a swing. Oh, okay, that is not a good spot to run into. I did not attack fast enough there. Moving right along. Knock him off there. Kill him before he's a threat. Kill him before he finishes swinging. Hear this guy behind me and take him out. That's worth a heck of a lot of nothing. But up here we can get the blue tearstone ring, which we're not really going to use almost at all, but it will make me feel better. Oh no, that's humanity. I'm mixing it up. Yeah, the tearstone ring's definitely behind the Black Knight that's up ahead. Okay. Open this up, get something worthless, move on with my day, remembering where everything is. Okay, through here can be a little sticky for various reasons. There's like a couple guys that'll try to get me, and he actually got me. And we're basically just going to go directly into the fray because backstabbing everything will bail us out. That does not open from this side. Right. Okay. Then we're hooking a left into here where we deal with this guy. And we move on up through here because we want to open this chest, which contains black fire bombs. Okay, that is not the one I'm looking for. Is it out here? Maybe behind this guy? Nope, not quite. Camera control, highly important. There's a lot of things that just try to kind of snare you from behind blind corners and mess you up. Okay, well, he's fallen now, and they don't know how to climb ladders, so that'll be fine. Come over here. Clock both of these guys. Oh no, they do know how to climb ladders. Occasionally they'll block, it doesn't matter. Move on. Okay, I need to remember where in this general vicinity. Okay, the gold pine resin's through that door. I'm just going to use a plunging attack to take out those guys. And then we'll come over here, open this up with the residence key. That's why we bought it, because the residence key is going to give us access to this treasure. Gold pine resin. This will be important later. Pretty soon, actually. I forget what's at the top of this tower. It's a dead guy. Cool. Alright, and we lure these guys up a bit. I'm gonna backstab you. And you. We kick away his shield and just murder him. And all of this is just a reminder of why Bloodborne is the better game. Because in Bloodborne, you cannot, like, easily cheese everything like this. You have to kind of work for it. Alright. And I believe, let's see, we've got a lizard up here. Somewhere. Might be up another floor. Crystal lizards are very important. 2 of our viable weapons are upgraded with crystal. But I need to remember where the crystal lizard is. Oh, there he goes. Excellent hitboxing. I was totally on top of him. Alright. And we're just going to proceed straight on to the Taurus Demon. I could go back and save and do stuff, but I don't really want to repeat a dozen fights if I can avoid it. So we're just going to try and remember how to kill this thing. And it's not that big a deal. Excuse me. It's very rude of the both of you. First, we come up and kill these guys. But the fact that these guys are there is a very important hint. Oh, this doesn't have fast sliding either. Oh boy. Old school ladders, man. So we're going to run over here until we get to the spawn point for the Taurus Demon. There we go. He's out. And we are going to bravely run up this ladder. And once he's hanging out there, we just plunging attack him. Now we have to get out of this corner. Take a little bit of damage, that's fine. Give a little 1-2 skedaddaloo. Bring some Estus. Now, took another hit. Whoops. Should have time to drink Estus and get back up the ladder. Unless he hits me in the back like that. I might die. Run back up the ladder. That staggers him, and now he's dead. I was thinking at the very end that I would do it a bit more legitimate instead of climbing the ladder a 3rd time. You can also just run down this way, run back up the ladder a 3rd time, and have a good old day of it. The golden pine resin I acquired earlier is also a secret weapon for killing him extra fast. There's always an option. We have just a fragment of peace after having killed the Taurus Demon, from what I recall. Could have sworn something was behind one of these barrels. It's over here. Here we go. So we'll have just like 1 or 2 rooms where nothing tries to kill us. And over here, we can meet the famous Knight Solaire, who will do absolutely nothing for us on this run by our choice. But we're going to chat with him. And we're going to look out over at the God Rays, because it's kind of neat, and it's very Dark Souls iconic. But we're not going to bother with him at all. So I need to touch the bridge, and get off the bridge, because this guy needs to show up. And he's going to make the bridge an unfun place to be. I don't want to be there for that. And then while he's getting settled, I'm going to run up here. And I should be able to get in here on the left side without getting flambéed. And then around here, it's down this way. Here we go. I can kick down this ladder, and we've got the first shortcut open. Now, I am not considering the Hellkite Dragon to be a boss, so he is not mandatory to kill. But we're definitely going to mess with him a bit. Okay. So heading back up here. Alright. And by mess with him a bit, I mean we're going to do it the fun way. We're not going to, like, sit around and, we're not going to sit around and, what's it called? Shoot his tail 30 times like a loser. We just got to hang out here until he gets perturbed with our existence. Should be a bit. We can... There we go. Run over here. We're gonna crack him in the tail a couple of times, hopefully. Nope, failed to do it. Alright. Okay. Got killed. We got 2 more attempts at this while we still have the resin. I got one of the hits onto his body instead of the tail was the issue there. The other way of doing this is you just grab a bow and shoot his tail like 30 times from below. That's just super lame. There are some enemies over there that we could engage with. Whatever. If I'm on the right-hand side, I can also piss him off by throwing a knife. I need to be in position sooner. So as soon as he leaves, Estus at the ready. There we go. Go over to here. There we go, Drake Sword. Get this. Get another soul. Take a bunch of damage. And we're running over here. Get a hold of this bonfire, where we will rest. And now he's going to move on with his life, and we didn't have to go around him. We can open this gate, head over here. He's off on his merry little way. I'm trying to remember if there's anything worthwhile here to take a look at. Some Despondent Hollows. You can always kill these dudes for souls, but I don't need souls to do anything, so why bother? It's just bullying, right? Just gonna sidestep him. Alright, so up here we have the Boar. If I don't do this right, it's gonna cost me a lot of time. So we're gonna try and do this right. We need to go off to the right. We're gonna run up here. We are not going to deal with almost anything in this area, because we're just going to run over here and make it here. Whoops. And we lost that fight. Bummer. I don't recall if that gate goes back up or if we have to do a big thing now to get the gate back. Let's see. Because our entire goal is to get over there, win that fight before they close the gate on us, and we have to do a whole lot of extra nonsense. Hey, buddy. Okay, the gate's closed now, so we have to, like, play this the hard way. Got stabbed. Alright, I gotta take it slow. Yeah, because that gate will not go back up if you die on your first attempt there. That is about the point where the boar is angry and is going to come around and try and do things to us, which we are going to avoid. Gotta watch out for those bowmen. Hit him before he hits me. Come over here. Do this. There we go, alluring skulls. And never you mind, we are not going to fight the boar fairly. That is just not in our repertoire. Just real quick, got to line this up a bit. I got to make sure this guy is not going to kill me. Just by killing him first. Pretty simple. And I just kind of want to lob this over for that fire. And we watch the boar. He's going to try very hard to get at that alluring skull. And is going to burn alive. Tremendously sad for him. Get some fashion. Just quickly walk in and out of these attacks. These guys are pretty much active. Like, this entire area is a little messy. Although one thing we could do, since we went out of the way to grab it, we can go ahead and use the Drake Sword. Yes, we're not able to wield it effectively unless we put both hands on it, correct? Wait, did they change the requirements on the Drake Sword? It requires... Oh no, it requires one more dex than we have. We can never wield the Drake Sword. I could have sworn that was Soul Level 1 wieldable before. Alright, well, whatever. We skipped the area. That is certainly half of what we were going for. Back over here, we got a mystery key. Yeah, I don't know if that's something that got patched or if it's just, you know, a failure in my recollection. I could have sworn that was wieldable on SL1. Moving along. Gotta go through this place and kill some extra dudes, 'cause I didn't get it right the first time. Now we're up here, okay, and I think, like, over on that little bit, like, back in some of these other halls are some legitimately tough guys we're gonna try not to deal with. Kick. I don't want to be ganged up on by these two at the same time, because these guys here actually kind of know how to fight. There we go. Yeah, Balder Knights, they actually have like a parrying stance. They do a series of attacks. They prance backwards. They're all sorts of unfortunate. They don't really do too much damage. Like, I don't actually have to worry about it all that much at this point. Run over here. Grab a weapon I'm not going to use. Yeah, there's some more of them in here. if I get the positioning right, I can still one-shot him. Open this up so I don't have to deal with it again later. And now I want to go around the right side of the church so that I can get over to the next bonfire. If I remember right, there's a big guy around here? Or is he in the church? Ow! I did that wrong. Excuse me, I'm just gonna... Can I just walk behind you real quick? Whew. Oh, I ran out of Estus. That's no good. Okay. So if I successfully get around and murder all those guys, I can get off to the next spot I need to go to. Now, I can't recall if the guy through here is set up to reclose the door. I think that particular hollow is a one-time spawn, and if he's dead, I believe that's done. Yeah, so we're just going to run up here, over here, and I'm actually just going to run past a lot of stuff. So, the secret of Dark Souls Soul Level 1 is you don't need experience, and like if you've done this before, you should basically know where you're going. So you don't have to kill most of these guys. It's pretty detrimental to you if you try. So just learn what you can run past and run past it. Whew. He almost hit my ankles. Run on over here, light this bonfire, rest at the bonfire to reset the aggro of the dudes outside, and I'm going to pop downstairs and talk to Andre a bunch. Hello!
Well.
We can buy Titanite shards from Andre, and this is the thing that is most valuable to us. Soldier. So the bell sounds that we're hearing are individual people playing the game who are actually ringing the bells and killing the gargoyles. How many times have I played through Dark Souls? I think I've beaten the original Dark Souls probably about 3 times. Maybe only twice.
Well, you need.
But I have played through other areas in Dark Souls several times over. By the time I had beaten the game, I had played through the first section at least 3 times. But the more you play the game, the more you understand like how silly the game is. It's kind of funny. Because you run through these, even beating the game once, you wind up running through some of these areas quite a lot. And you learn that these enemies are not always super bright. And of course, what's it called? Bleh. And of course, because of the fact that in Dark Souls 1, backstabbing makes you invulnerable, you can just use that to cheese out like large groups of enemies. But because I have played a Soul Level 1 run before, playing through one Soul Level 1 run constitutes running through certain areas again and again and again while you know, get it right. So I've played through Dark Souls in its entirety a couple of times, but I've played through certain segments one heck of a lot so that I could successfully complete it on Soul Level 1. Alright, in this next section, we've got a big boy who we're going to draw out over here. There's an odd number of people playing, because I've heard the bell chime about 3 times, which is for a gargoyle clear. Planning to have the gargoyle cleared this sitting. Right, you're not really kickable. You did not respond to that. Ow. Stagger's big. I forgot he could Estus. He's not very good at it, though. Get some better juice, man! He'll give us some valuable Titanite, which we are super on the lookout for. And over here is a Sunkeeper Soul, which will give us more Estus. Firekeeper Soul, not Sunkeeper. Alright, and I believe here also is an elevator that we have to trigger at least once, so that it is available back in Firelink Shrine. We can also take a quick nap in Firelink to get our Estus back, and I think I can give this Firekeeper Soul to our Keeper back here. There's also a special area if I roll out of that earlier that I can get into. I don't remember quite all of the secret areas in Firelink. There's a few. I will come on over down here. Take a quick rest. Yeah, the most daunting thing, naturally, about Soul Level 1 is that we're locked into this current amount of health and stamina throughout the game, and it will gradually become, like, less worthwhile amount. Okay, we'll reinforce the Estus Flask to a +1 Estus Flask. That's right. In Dark Souls 1, the Estus Flask never gets more charges, it just heals for more. If we want to put more charges in the Estus Flask, which we might want to in select areas, we have to perform the Rite of Kindling, which is not yet unlocked. But we can unlock it later by killing a boss by the name of Pinwheel, which is over in the Catacombs. Remembering how to play through the Catacombs is going to be quite an adventure. But for now, though, I'm going to pop out over here and remember all the other stuff that's in Firelink. I believe it's just down through here. A bit of a rough landing. Some extra homeward bones. The Morningstar, which I don't think we can wield. And a cracked red eye orb. Can we actually wield the Morningstar? We can, and it's actually has a lower strength requirement than our current weapon, the Reinforced Club, which has a strength requirement of 12. But the baseline Reinforced Club, you know, the club with nails in it, does more damage than the Morningstar, and they have about the same parameter bonus. This game is goofy. It's utterly goofy. Tis a silly game. Okay, I know in my mind that there are not mimics here, but I still check every chest to make sure it's not a mimic. This whole area here is infamous because everybody who's playing the game for the first time winds up coming this direction because it's like obvious how to get here. And you can see from all of these bloodstains that people die here all the time. And there's two, you know, major reasons why that happens. I mean, first of all, it's because these skeletons are absurdly, like, powerful. But these skeletons are also vulnerable to blunt attacks. So you come down here with like a mace, you're tremendously likelier to succeed. You come here with a sword, these guys will laugh at you because they don't have the mechanic where they fall apart unless you're hitting them with a blunt weapon. Hey there, Crowman Jones. There is a route that I'm not remembering right now. I think it's up over there. To get back up to the Crow's Nest, and we can use that to revisit the original area. We're not going to do that until after we've dealt with the gargoyles, at least. But after that, we'll have some more business to do back in Firelink. So the elevators are through here. I did not realize how lively this game is. People are ringing that bell every 2-3 minutes. So I suppose the remaster's seeing a lot of play. I own the original game, so I was able to get the remaster half off, and that deal is closing out pretty shortly. So the game ran me $20, and if you have a hankering for Dark Souls, the original, you might want to get the remaster. New. This guy is super obnoxious because he's in this narrow staircase. Clonk. Leaping attack, punk. Okay. I think this is a hallway full of a lot of guys. Yeah, there's a lot of guys here. This guy always, like, gets in the doorway. This dude empowers all these schmucks, and then starts shooting magic at you, like, extra rude. Yep, got killed by the empowered schmucks. This segment is very messy. It's just a messy, like, thing, or area. Like, sometimes you can run through it, but a lot of the time that one guy blocks your way, and then just kind of laughs at you. Let's see. Once we get our weapon up to +5, we want to dip down into New Londo, where we can talk to a guy about turning it into a raw weapon, which in the baseline game is a horrible trap that makes your weapon worse, but when you're playing Soul Level 1, it's good. Weapons have baseline parameters, which as a Soul Level 1 is mostly what we care about. They also have parameters that scale with your stats. Our stats stink and will always stink. So it's great for us to use a modification, the raw modification, that removes the scaling that our weapons would normally have access to in favor of just increased baseline damage. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can just clock this guy. Oh no, he decided to... There. Freaking gang squad. They are not sturdier after gaining his buff, they just do more damage. There we go. I'll take that. Cool, he's done. He only spawns once when you're coming through this area, and if you're playing a magic character, you really want his staff, which you might not be able to get, because if he doesn't drop it on his one spawn, you have to wait until like a much later point to be able to get one from a respawning version of him that will appear later. Okay, so we want to run through some of this stuff. I'm trying to remember where exactly I need to be. So I need to find Lautrec and free him from his, like, jail cell. Around here somewhere. Okay, I believe that is for the gargoyles. I'm going to turn back for a bit. So Lautrec is around this area. He's a knight in golden armor, and he kind of begins the tradition of jerks in prisons, which is an long-standing thing in Dark Souls. Somebody's in prison, I mean, he's probably a jerk, and you might want to free him for the sake of, like, plot or something, but he's definitely going to betray you. There we go. It actually got me behind him with that time. Sometimes the roll is a little weird in what it wants to do, or where it wants to put you. Okay, is it through one of these? Is it through here? Is this breakable? I think it's up this way. Hello? Yep. We'll open that on up, have a quick chat with this guy. He's going to backstab us, and then we'll return the favor. We might preemptively backstab him. I forget how the timing goes. Yeah, we're going to preemptively backstab him. That's right, that's right. There is a point that we're going to run into where we'll meet him again, and if we let him go at that point, he will kill our Firekeeper, and we will have to do this whole side quest thing to, like, deal with that. Or we can kick him off a cliff and gain a unique item. We're going to do the second thing. Okay. This is going to be another one of those fights, or circumstances, where aggression pays. Aggression pays dividends in Dark Souls, especially at Soul Level 1. So... I'm going to come into this fight with the intent to win somewhat quickly. Stagger. I have failed to promptly kill the first one. Now I have a hard fight, and I lost. Our goal is to kill the first one at about the same time the second one's showing up so that we never have to deal with two gargoyles. I didn't line up correctly to get the tail cut, so I didn't get an extra stagger. If you get the tail chop on this enemy, he's staggered for extra time, and you can use that time to pretty much take him out. Without the pine resin, I'm going to have to be a bit more honest about this fight. I think the timings I'm accustomed to are closer to Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 1, definitely clunkier on the movement and the dodging. I feel that Dark Souls 1 more often has a philosophy of, like, don't be where the attack is going to be, as opposed to Dark Souls 3, where you can meaningfully dodge a bit more often. This flippin' staircase, man. Look at this, he, like, can't even hit us correctly half the time. There we go. I actually did a wait and see for once. You should feel honored. Okay. And naturally, this is not, like, as far as challenges go, this is a fairly approachable challenge for Dark Souls, like, comparatively. Other people are trying to play through the game, like, I'm going to play the whole game with an unupgraded, broken straight sword. I'm not on board for that. That takes forever, first of all. It's just a really unfriendly run. Ow. Speaking of unfriendly... Okay, buddy. Yeah, I forgot that on respawn, I do not get the ability to walk out to half of the map, so I need to respond to an earlier attack. I could save at another bonfire, which would mean I don't have to do the elevator ride every time. But honestly, it's only going to take me a few more attempts to get these gargoyles down. If I can actually kill the first guy, the second guy has less of an attack pattern. It's very intimidating that you get the twin bell tower gargoyles, but they're not, like, that effective, comparatively. And they're a far cry from how scary some of the later guys are. Alright. Just attack there knowing that he's going to whiff. Move on with our day. Kill that room. The first time I ever killed Bell Tower Gargoyles, it took me probably the better part of 6 hours. It's like the first serious boss. Okay, you got me with that swipe. So right there, we just staggered him until he looked like a chump. And this guy really mostly loves fire breathing. It's worth noting that a two-handed swing with a weapon is always slower than a one-handed swing. Yep. So there were a lot of cases there where it looked like we might have needed a dodge, but that was not true. Dodging is inferior to hitting the guy, because you hit him a couple more times and he'll probably stagger. That applies to the earlier bosses. It does not apply at all to the later bosses. We do not have the attack damage to make them stagger, even if they would care to stagger normally. So we climb up here, we're going to hit the bell. Ring my bell, ring my bell. Alright, this adds us to the cluster of people who in the last hour have been ringing the bell. We get a nice panoramic of a lot of the stuff we get to deal with, which is one of the cool factors of Dark Souls. Like, if you look around in Dark Souls, almost all of the areas that are visible are places that you are going to go to. Like, up there is Anor Londo. Down over there, I think, might be parts of Sen's Fortress. Yeah, that's definitely Sen's Fortress right over there. Normally, from here, I would use a Homeward Bone. But there's a merchant who shows up at the bottom of the tower. I can't remember if he has anything useful, but I wanted to check. So let's see. From here, we need to get into the lower halls, the lower Undead Burg, and deal with the Capra Demon. Okay, he does Purging Stones, Homeward Bones, and unimportant stuff. I am going to buy a pair of Purging Stones, because we might need to make use of those. We don't really need any resistance rings. We can... Actually, we might be able to make use of a Poison Bite ring at a certain point in time. I don't think this will be enough to buy it, and it doesn't matter enough. It honestly just doesn't matter enough. This is a fine time to make use of a Homeward Bone, just to save us some running around. But I did not save my last save at the blacksmith, And I want to go to the blacksmith. Andre does have a few like key items that I need to purchase at some point. I can't remember if he sells the ability to upgrade weapons at the Bonfire or something like that. I can't remember how weapon durability works anymore in Dark Souls 1. Is my... whoops. Is the Gargoyle Tail Axe wieldable? Far from it. It's here to look at the stats. Okay, the durability's down to 90 out of 100. I believe that does track across deaths, so we may need to periodically check for repairs. Alright, so we're going to run over here now. And head on back to the blacksmith. And we'll buy some more Titanite shards and get that rolling. Now, I don't remember if the weapon... I believe the weapon has to be at a +5 in order for it to become a raw weapon. So we're going to try and get that done. I am not going to use that bonfire because I don't want to go into the forest yet.
Well, you need
+4, and I need 2 more Titanite shards. Alright. And reinforce to +5. Okay. Now that it is a +5, it can't be reinforced any further until it has been modified. Modifications through Andre require a special item. Alright. We can reinforce armor. That's available in Dark Souls 1. We'll think about it later. We don't care right now. Let's see. Reinforcing and repairing. I'll buy this, because in a pinch I don't want to have to come back here. I am going to want the weapons smith box, at the very least. I might want the armor smith box. These are just convenience items. Let's see, that's 1,000. 400. Okay, I should be able to buy one of those things. Oops. I'm going to buy the weaponsmith box.
Don't get yourself knife.
And I'm going to use a homeward bone here. So I believe I can go down and get a weapon turned into a raw weapon, but I forget what I need for it. Also, I think Lautrec should be back over here. He's not here yet. I will have to remember then what the trigger is for getting Lautrec to show up. So back through here is the elevator that's going to take us down to some of the lower areas, and there's some really fancy stuff we can do around here, given that we've got the Master Key and some other things. I have kind of forgotten my way around here for the most part. So this is like... a weird late game area. There's the possibility if we had certain items, we could try to farm ghosts over here to get a very potent weapon, but the weapon is not a guaranteed drop. That's right, the new Londo Ruins here, through the Master Key, connect to like a back half of the garden area. We can go over there to get the red Tearstone ring, which is a very powerful soul level 1 item. So we can think about that. There's a lot of dudes over here who are not having a great time. But somewhere around here, I forget exactly where, is a blacksmith. Just going to take the S-stock real quick. I'm not going to use it though. I need to remember where that blacksmith is. I could have sworn he's like around the left side. He's down here, isn't he? Yep, this weird exiled dude.
Yeah, but more importantly,
Rickert.
Rickert.
Have you? It's safe here. Although, I must admit, how about I'll show you.
Okay, he can modify for magic. And he can sell a few magical things.
Come back soon.
I think I might need to find a special item before he can make weapons into raw weapons. Forget how exactly that works. Okay, so over and out there is a bunch of difficult nonsense. I might as well throw myself at it for a little bit. So the problem with this area is it is full of ghosts that you pretty much can't hurt. You need to have special equipment to hurt them. These transient curses. Without being affected by either a transient curse or the curse status effect, you cannot interact with ghosts, but they can hit you all they want, pretty much. I'm going to crack this, and I'm going to try fighting some ghosts. And they just kind of reach out and try and hug you, and it is not nice. There is a spot around here that you can run out to. I believe it's through here. And there's like a thin plank of land. We get a Firekeeper soul, but a bunch of ghosts show up to kill us. Almost succeed, but we're all right. Look back, make sure none of them drop the cool stuff. Okay. So, these ghosts, which are kind of a late game enemy, are able to drop a really cool weapon that we are able to use in Soul Level 1. Got more transient curses. So if I can get it, it puts us in a good place. But it is a random drop. It is nice that we can two-shot them. You may have noticed these things spawn all over us, pretty much, and they're pretty vicious. It's just the nature of the area. Alright, I'm going to take one more trip down there. Because we've still got 3 transient curses to spare. Transient curses are actually... Ah, there you are. There. Hey, buddy, how's it going? How's it going? Thank you for a sunlight medal. Okay, yeah, you're creepy. Just gonna, real quick, bye! Just gotta wait to get the souls for killing him, and then we quit the game and we come back in. So when you quit the game in Dark Souls, it will put you directly back where you were. And if any items have fallen off a cliff, they will be waiting right in front of you. Like this. So we get 5 humanity and the Ring of Favor and Protection. Ring of Favor and Protection, quite powerful. It will be one of our 2 rings for the entirety of the game. You can see it's given us additional health. It's one of the few things that's going to do that. It gives you additional health, equipment load, and I believe some additional endurance, if I remember correctly. The trick about the Ring of Favor and Protection is if you ever unequip it, it breaks. Yeah, boosts HP, stamina, and carrying capacity. If you remove it, it breaks. I don't recall if it's actually fixable, if you can like pay a cost to have it mended, or if it's just gone. I don't remember which. Okay. So we're going to head back downstairs and very, very carefully try to kill a mess of ghosts. We'll see if we get the better weapon. If not, there's some higher level materials that we may be able to grab or some other stuff. This area is much more important in the late game. We can't like finish out the area now naturally. I believe that you need to come down here with the Covenant of Artorias in order to complete the area. Now, thankfully, the Transient Curse does last a really long time when used. Could you not? More Transient Curses. They can also sometimes drop Transient Curses, so, you know, the game's not completely out to get you. There's a lot of stuff around here. There are like places to that you can get through by jumping. I don't remember how to work it all. You jerks. Look at that cavalcade. Thankfully, they do have a tether distance. However, they don't care about terrain at all. Like, they can move, as you can see, they're ghosts. They can move through things to get to us. And they will. They don't care about gravity. They're not going to fall. Because they're ghosts. Ah. Ow. That one almost got its grapple attack off. But, thankfully, it was not on the same Y-axis location as we are, which I think matters. I don't know. Ghosts, once again. Whoop! I think that might have hitbox porned us out of trouble. There we go. We cleared a room. At least mostly. Yeah, this place is about as extensive as it is unfriendly. You may have noticed that a ghost just attacked us from out of the wall. Right, and this one's extra crazy cursed. I think that's the one that can drop the knife. Maybe others can't. Oh, we got grappled. Are we dead? Not quite? Well, that's better than I thought. But I do have to roll away because after recovering I'm in a bad state. Okay, I think it might have to be the red-eyed ones in order for us to get the dagger. I don't remember. The screamers. So let's see, through here. I think I can kick this ladder down. I don't know if kicking that ladder even remotely helps. We've got a ghost above us. Yada yada yada. I've now run past like 4 probably angry specters who are above, below, and inside of us probably. Ow. Who do you think you are? quick Slurpee as they come up through the floor and prevent our movement. Ow, ow, ow. They finally got us. Alright. I'm gonna call it good for that area. Yeah, just slightly out to get me. I killed the one I was looking for. I got a couple of items. I think down there is either, like, I think that's where the better Ember is for the later game. Not that big a deal, ultimately. Okay. So I'm going to take a quick run back through Undead Burg. Back in the Burg. I'm just going to quickly showcase how much you can run past, like, a lot of the game. Though not this guy. Like, this guy, he does not want to be run past. Ah, they finally got me. The one on the one with the axe wrapping around got mostly. I forgot there was one on the stairs. I could just run up to him and hit him right in the shins. Move on with my day. All right, all right. Whoops, I got a little snag there. Run around him. Don't have to deal with the rat. That door, I believe, never opens. There's just a merchant who shows up there later. And then you can, you know, buy stuff from her. Whew. You boys are angry. Almost as if somebody, you know, tore through here half an hour ago and murdered you all. Murdered you all, but good. Take a quick rest here. And we'll head back up over this way. As I was saying. Back up this ladder. That's right. Yeah. And, Dragon, if you would, please. Not me. It's very rude of you. Think he's gonna burn me again? Probably. Yeah, that's fine. Moving on along, getting off the bridge. Because I've got the key to this door. I wish this game had sliding down ladders, but they don't add that until Dark Souls 2, I think? Dark Souls 3 definitely has sliding down ladders and sprinting up them. Or just like fast climbing up them, I guess. Shortcut. Ah, yes, that's right. We can open one of the doors. Now we find ourselves in Lower Undead Burg. There are wolves here. Oh, dogs, really. There are dogs and, like, some backstabby rogue ninja guys that we have to watch out for that love to pop out of doors and just try to slit your goddamn throat. Also, these guys with torches here, who have this run forward move that they didn't have without torches. It's kind of unfortunate. not like they have more health. You may have noticed that almost nothing is worth a whole lot of souls. Like, I got like 75 for that. It's like 800 for a Titan Knight, which is like the useful thing. One of these doors is openable.
Damn, I'm fouled.
Hey there, buddy. It's just a random sorcerer guy. He doesn't really matter much, because we're not doing anything sorcery related. It's just kind of completion points. And hey, if you're looking to play Magic, that's where the Magic game starts, is with that guy. Okay, I am trying to remember how the pattern works of things jumping out at me here. They like pop out of these doors, and they do crazy stuff. Yeah, lying in ambush ahead. That's right. Try attacking. Yeah, alright. Pretty sure I run past here, they all open up. And these are very rude guys. There we go. And now they are dead. On subsequent trips through here, those doors are open, and I can try and kill those people more preemptively. It would be cool if we didn't have to take subsequent trips, but let's not kill ourselves. There are plenty more ninjas. With wolves! Dogs, rather. Oh, come on. Both the ninjas and the dogs inflict a noteworthy amount of bleed. They like to backstep, too. The ninjas, the little rogue guys, also have a counterattack when their shield is up. Come on. And a backstab. Which I will very kindly demonstrate, since I had the audacity to try to heal. One down. He triggered the blood loss. That killed me. So the interesting thing about it is if you are not facing them when you heal, they'll get the backstab. If you're facing them when you heal, they won't get it. They'll just hit you out. They're not smart enough to aggressively use their backstab. Okay, I don't have to go through the dragon or those stairs or anything like that anymore. I can just kind of walk through here, bait you, run through these guys, do this. Whoops, I slipped. That's fine. I think they might still be following me. I don't remember. Okay. Oh man, those guys from before were still angry. Ah. They can do another swing faster than you can recover, so this is like one of the first enemies that you can't just plow through. So I have to like let them attack, then attack them. Funnily enough, the dogs, you can actually just kind of plow through for the most part. Now you know what it feels like. Dark Souls' weapon of choice is indeed the backstab. Anybody who tells you otherwise is telling you wrong. These bloodstains that appear along the way are the last moments of people who died. And I don't mean like flowery the last moments of some NPCs. I mean, that's like players. That is players with online features enabled who have died in this area. Okay, I think he should be triggered now. Come on, come out of your house. Sometimes you just get the timing right, and you can tell these guys that they're butts. Timing, spacing, and just don't get frazzled. Sometimes you're gonna die, it's not the end of the world, move on with your day. Okay, I think there's another ambush up over here. I believe that fog door just now is for the Capra Demon. Which we will be going back for in just a moment. That is locked. I think we need to kill the Capra Demon to get the key for that, so that we can progress into kind of the sewers area. Okay, there are some dudes up here. I think this might open a shortcut somewhere. I'm trying to remember where. Ah. This is where that merchant is. Okay, I'm gonna buy some charcoal pine resin. It's super useful.
Come again, if you please.
So that would be the undead merchant woman. And this is actually the great back in Firelink, so that we can go directly from Firelink to Lower Undeadburg. So get this opened up. I am going to run over, and I will use the bonfire. And we've got a regular little cast building up of some people that we've grabbed earlier. This is like a hopeless dude. I'm gonna mention to him real quick that we have rung the bell. The bell. I don't have the Titanite shards for any of that stuff. Was there something else around here I needed to do? No, I think I was just going to come over here, refill on Estus flasks, and now we're going to try some runs at the Capra Demon. No. So, if when we die, we lose our items, so I'm just going to, we lose our souls. So I'm going to burn the rest of the souls I have on charcoal pine resin, because it's useful.
Come again,
consumables are going to be uniformly more valuable to us than most other things. Consumables are really good. They're very strong. So we're going to buy them pretty often. Switch those over to... Oh, right, I was going to use my Firekeeper Soul. I forgot. So, charcoal pine resin. So fire is actually the effective damage type in Dark Souls for fighting demons. Oh! He went into the parry stance. Okay, the Capra Demon fight is hectic. It's very hectic, initially. Once you get through the hectic part of the fight... Whoa, what the heck? Did I lose... I lost control. I'm gonna die. Right? Any chance of coming back? Okay, you could do me a favor and not do that. Cool. Cool! Are you low on batteries? What do you want? At least it wasn't during a boss fight. That would suck. And now we're back. Okay, yeah. So I respawn so you can be responsive again. Sweet. I forgot that I was going to turn in this Firekeeper Soul, so we'll do that real quick. Cool. Done with that. Moving on. Let's see. It's an hour and a half in. All right. So yes, we're going back to Lower Undeadburg. Oh, he just took care of himself for us. How considerate of him. So the thing that makes the Capra Demon tricky, basically the only thing that makes the Capra Demon tricky, is that when you first run into him, he's got a pair of dogs in his little arena. And the dogs, naturally, are like these little fast harriers that will try and get you, and if you get tagged by a dog, you're probably going to get hit by the Capra Demon. It's going to be bad. Got him. Because the Capra Demon will basically two-shot you, and if you've got damage from a dog, he'll pretty much one-shot you. So there's a couple ways of dealing with this. The most typical, and what we're going to try to employ, I think, is that we're just going to run up into the corner. Where the dogs can more easily get us than the Capra Demon can. Although the Capra Demon will come up and try. Where'd the dog go? There it is. Me no likey. Run up here. And the dog killed us. It's just really difficult to track the dog's behaviors while you are like in that first scramble. If you can get out of that, then you can have a very straight up fight with the Capra Demon. He's, fights in a very normal way. He's difficult to block if you're playing the game with a shield. So he's kind of a first lesson for people with shields on, you actually got to time your stuff. Whoops. I screwed up, so I had to kill them all. You know how it goes. But the Capra Demon's slow enough in terms of his attacks. He's very tolerable, and he gets you back in like the rhythm of dodging properly. There's some of his stuff you can even sidestep. If I remember the two-handed like downward slice, I believe you can just rotate around him to avoid. So you get for being a flibberty gibbet instead of pressing the attack. This is Dark Souls, not Sekiro. It triggered a it triggered a kick 3 times. There we go. Kicks come out on like smash stick input. So if you hit the joystick at the same time as you launch an attack, it is intended to do a kick. I just kept inputting kicks there. I am just short of these dogs several times over. It's really getting to me. Okay, they all got gummed up on the staircase, so we're gonna take a bit of a breather. Okay, dogs are dead. Take a moment to charcoal pine resin. I spent out the last of my stamina there. Oh, that was a double cut. Sure. You can also try to use the stairs to trigger plunging attacks on the Capra Demon. It's not really necessary with a bit of clean dodging, though. Using pine resin gives us a shorter fight. Any fight that we can shorten, we're less prone to our errors ending the fight. Whoops, wrong way. Heading down this way now. Now we run over here and we can open this. Wait, not that. It's over here. And we can open this. Good luck. I can't remember how much further I have to go for a bonfire. I think it's not that far, though. We are now in the depths. So it's noteworthy that areas in Dark Souls 2 and 3 are way more complicated and take longer to get through. Like in Dark Souls 1, we can rattle out 3 of these locations. Just run through them, kill the boss. I'm going to focus out the ones with the torches first, because they can do the charging attack that is not comfortable. But really, all of these hollows, pretty much all of them, they have a long enough recovery even when landing a hit on you, that even when they hit, if it's not several of them hitting, you can just hammer on the attack button and get them. Of course, now I don't have very much Estus, so that's on me. Now, I have to remember where around here I need to go to get a very important item. I believe it is behind this guy down here. So we're gonna piss him off a little bit just by kind of hanging out. There's a couple places around here where I can accidentally fall. Okay, thank you for showing me the correct staircase. Okay, and I will worry about you and your dogs later, because I mostly just want to make sure I get this. Okay. Now I got no Estus, but I can try to duel this guy. Oh, he's backstabbable. That's right. I forgot that. So, easy peasy. It's just the thing about backstabbing in Dark Souls. It's super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Now that says secret, but I think that if you jump down there, it's kind of nasty. Like, I think it's kind of difficult to survive that particular secret. Kill that dog for free. That's right. If you wind up in that muck, it's very difficult to fight that guy, because he's not really impeded by it. Okay, I am going to drop down there. I super forget how bad this is. Okay. Okay. Seemingly, maybe not that bad. It might get me around that giant rat that I don't really want to fight. Try poison. Yeah, Dark Souls is super weird with things like that. Like, poison is effective against rats, and fire's effective against demons. It's like, you would never assume these things. I get the spider shield, which is thoroughly unimportant. I'm just going to plunging attack this guy. And one crack on the noggin, and he's dead. Okay. So in the upcoming area, I have to be careful of these, like, goo monster enemies that show up kind of all over the place. It's also quite a lot of... I mean, honestly, it's just an unpleasant area for several reasons. So here, sliding down is doable, but you have to be careful about it. I believe it's that you have to jump. No, it's that you can only slide down on the left. Thankfully, I had the spacing right, otherwise I would have died. Okay, so there are goo dudes up on these ceilings. These things have an utterly preposterous amount of health. If you get hit on the head by one of them, it's super miserable. I think, yeah, I can't open this. Need to get the key. We have a salesperson here. He can get me gold pine resin. Bottomless box doesn't matter. Crystal weaponry, which we're not going to use. Crystal weaponry is weaponry that you can't repair. I'm just going to buy all the pine resin he has and move on with my day. Okay. Right. Okay. Somewhere around here, I'm pretty sure there's a bonfire, and I do not remember for the life of me where. There's also like a number of dangerous things here, just because. This area over here is our next boss fight arena, where we will go up against the Gaping Dragon. Just looks like a dragon that somebody split down the friggin' middle. Now, there is also a dude up there that will try to attack us while we are trying to manage that fight, because Dark Souls don't care, and neither does he. I think that if I want, I could actually trigger the fight now. I just don't really want to. This leads to the fight. Okay, yeah. So I could just run over and trigger the fight. Problem is, I have no Estus, and I really don't want to do that fight with no Estus, even though it's like, it can kind of be run as a boring procedural, just manageable type of fight. I would like to remember where the bonfire is in this vicinity. Because I think there is one around here somewhere. So these guys here, they take like no damage from regular hits. Oh, my controller shorted out again. Okay, so let's see where the character wants to go. You gonna wake up? You gonna hang on? Am I gonna get killed by this goo monster? Am I going to get slapped by this goo monster like 4 times before the controller comes back? I... No, the game's not actually possible. Okay, okay, we're in control again. Alright, we're in control. We still have no Estus. I probably need to replace the batteries. Rat poison? Oh, yeah, yeah. That'll do. That will totally work. Okay, I just need to not accidentally get one of these things landing on my head, right? And we got some big old rats here. Okay, that was the slide down section. Shortcut ahead. Aha, there we go. Ah, silly you, this is a mimic bonfire. You're dead. Okay, there's not really much around here that we need to worry about or get into or do. So, that's a super annoying hallway that I'm not going to deal with. There is a spot around here where that Chandler is, and if I kill him, the boss fight's easier. I might spend a little bit of time trying to remember where he's at. We have a lot of rats over there that I'm just not going to bother with. Checking the ceilings. I guess I'm going to bother with this rat. Naturally, these other rats are poisonous. Unnaturally, perhaps. Where does this lead to? I have completely forgotten. Okay, yeah, this is where the Chandler hangs out. There we go. This cadre of buff rats. Yeah, there are rats inside one of these boxes, maybe all of them. This is one of the best places in the game to farm humanity, because weirdly enough, rats have like the highest chance in the game for dropping humanity. I don't know. Might just be a false impression because they're squishy. Alright, well, with that dealt with, since we already have the shortcut down below, just kind of run back. And let's see what's up this way. Dark Souls 1 is absolutely like an adventure in orienteering. Like, you better find your way around this game. You better remember where things are. Alright, let's see. 4 Estus charges to deal with the Gaping Dragon. I think that's probably fair. So long as I maintain control of the camera throughout, I think that's very doable. I do think it's very interesting that a lot of rats and other critters, like rats specifically, don't really want to mess with you. Like, they don't run you down most of the time. Some of them will wait in ambush, but like a lot of rats that are just sitting there will run away when you show up. And I mean, there's also like a lot of hollows that aren't out to get you, and you can kill them for souls if you want, you monster. All right, I forget. This guy's a dragon, so what's it called? The most effective against him is gold pine resin. And we will go ahead and use some gold pine resin against him to try and speed up this fight, because this fight can be very long. This guy is more intimidating than he is dangerous. Boop his snoot. Move out the way. He's gonna like march forward. And we get some cracks on his tail. back up. He does a tail swipe with his non-existent tail. Twice, I guess. And when he like wants to come back at us, I'm just gonna move away. And I'm gonna wait for him to slam. And then boop his snoot. And then move out the way. He's gonna scurry forward. And the Golden Pine Resin wore off. We don't want that attack to get us for sure. Come on, slam your face down. I think he's gonna vomit. That attack is super big. Sometimes it's just gonna get you. It doesn't do a lot of damage. It does degrade your weapons. Two cracks right on the noggin. Move out the way. Couple hits on the tail. He rears up. He's gonna do a tail sweep. Doesn't work. He's gonna spin in the air, do a thing. Looks like vomit attack. He's gonna keep my distance. He will go from the vomit attack to being reared back up, so we can wait again for him to park his head down on the floor. This is unfortunately a fight that like really doesn't reward you for taking any risks. You don't need to go near him the entire time, and you're just better off not. Because he will do like the slam down attack. Come on. You'll never get me like that. What's your plan, gaping dragon? Everybody makes a joke that this is like the vagina dragon. Come on. Like, I could be challenging myself to dodge those attacks, but he will grab me and try to eat me. I'm not there. I'm not here for that. I'm here for this. Boop. Boop. Take that, your snootliness. When he's doing that march forward attack, all of those feet are active hitboxes that can totally mess you up. But, why bother with that? Dead dragon. It is dark in here. I'm going to turn on some lights. We now have the key to Blighttown. Blighttown is, like, kind of renowned among the community. A lot of people hate Blighttown. Mostly that's because it's poorly optimized on console. So if you're playing the game on console, it, like, stutters out your game. It just drops the frame rate to nothing, and it's just not fun. I don't really care, though. I'm getting input delay. It's going to be back to normal. Move. Move. Okay. This cannot decide that it's going to behave correctly. Move camera. Move camera. I'm going to put new batteries in you, so that maybe you'll cooperate. This is what I get for playing wirelessly. I think I have a wired Xbox controller somewhere that I could pivot to. I am still, one way or another, very accustomed to playing this on an Xbox controller. So I'm not going to try with some third-party thing. Okay, here we go. We can move. Let's see how long that lasts. I'm not even convinced those batteries were spent out. That's just set dressing. Alright. So there is a lot of stuff to not like in Blighttown, because it's full of poison and junk. What is this? That's nothing. Okay. Yeah, if you want to get down to it, you can even like bring assistants to fight the Gaping Dragon. You can bring like Solaire and Lautrec and all that. thing is, the Gaping Dragon will kill them because they're not that smart. It'll take a long time for that to happen, but if you don't know like where in the pattern to hit the Gaping Dragon, you're not going to get much out of it. But really, every time you bring a summon to a boss fight, that boss gets like 50% more of its base HP to make up for, you know, the summons you're bringing in. And that's just standard to the cooperation mechanics in the game. That's how all the bosses work. So, as we are choosing to not bring along any summons, we have some pretty tolerable boss fights. A lot of the power in your attacks in Dark Souls comes from having an upgraded weapon. Okay, I don't really have anything to buy from you.
Well, that is a shame, but no one come back. Not if there'll be more.
So I'm probably going to lose these, like, 34,000 souls, and I'm just going to move on. What am I going to use 35,000 souls for? A whole lot of nothing. Despair ahead. Yeah, yeah. Folks do not like Blighttown at all. Be wary of dark. Plenty of messages being left around by folks. If you leave a message on the ground and somebody rates your message, you get back Estus along the way of whatever you're doing, which is pretty handy. So, you know, if you have a highly rated message that a lot of people are jumping into like, you can periodically be getting extra health back for that. It's pretty cool. Okay, now these enemies, the Rot Ogres, affectionately termed by some people as Shit Shreks. Well, that was really convenient. They are one of the first few enemy types that we might think about using parry on aggressively. So they're very parryable. And they hit pretty hard. They are still backstabbable, so that also works. They have these nice big swings that might sometimes catch us. And the footing here is pretty unstable, so I don't always want to be rolling. Yep. And they drop some poop. There are also these guys over here who pretty much fight like wielding dead bodies. Oh, come on, don't catch me up on that corner. So the enemies here have notably more health, and there are these goons hanging out that will try to hit us with toxic darts. The toxic status is really nasty. These basic goons also have a grapple attack that's very scary. But as you can see, getting hit by one of these toxic darts puts our toxic gauge up to half. They do almost no damage. But the toxic effect will kill us pretty quickly. And it's these blow dart goons that cause that effect. So we need to hunt those guys down and take them out. There are items that I have not stockpiled that can be used to fix toxic. If you could fall off, that'd be great. This is an area where I have to start playing carefully because I do not remember things as well. The enemies are very dangerous and I can't kill them all that quickly. it takes pretty much all of my stamina to kill one of these guys, and they hurt. They show up in some noteworthy groups. He's going to go for the grab attack. Glad he went for a jump. If he went straight for an attack, I would have had to do something more, or something different. There are a lot of ways to like progress through here, and a lot of them are not very safe. Some of them are going to be a test of our camera manipulation skills. Okay. There is a good amount of stuff around here. Yeah, we may not be all that sneaky. Be holding block through here a lot more often than I usually would. Just that if I get like caught by something unawares, I'm not immediately screwed. Only mostly screwed. Okay, I think that guy is coming after us. I don't know what his pathing comes out to though. Is he gonna... There. Okay, there's a thing. There's another one. Okay, I cannot see. You would like to kindly die? There we go. Good of you to oblige. Okay, I think that's a lot of the guys that we have to deal with. They have some mini dogs there. I have to make sure I don't fall off at a bad spot. There is actually a gap there, and I could pretty much die. Yep, we've got another blow dart dude. Second verse, same as the first. We'll take care of these two guys in the same way, while keeping shelter from the blow dart character. And we'll run across this real quick, because it's not a safe spot to linger. And that is a dead end, so we're going to run back and lament and woe. Okay, so that guy up there with the blow dart gun, how are we going to take care of him? Let's see. Okay. I'm going to switch to a wired controller next time I can stop. I almost ran off a ledge after losing control. Super glad that guy backpedaled into Nowheresville. I head on up here because I think this might give me a run at the blow dart guy. Or it could just be like backwards. Yeah, okay. I think I can jump for that. Not quite. Alright. Moving on. have no Estus. I forgot where the bonfire is around here. I think it's over by those tiny dogs. Hey, buddy! Okay. Back through here is the route to kill the thing that's below me and get access to power within. I am not using pyromancy this run, so I don't really care about that. I think I can use this to jump back over there. Okay, I kind of need to get over there because I'm not getting up on that. And I'm not sure if I can wrap around the back of this. I think it's not pathable. It's definitely not pathable here, but it is pathable a little further up. Okay, so I think there's like a bonfire around here somewhere. Come on. There it is. I have to rest at this in order to make it my checkpoint, otherwise it's not a checkpoint. Okay. Back to the rough stuff. I don't care what that item is, I don't need it. All of the dudes up in this area have now respawned. Why are tiny dogs more dangerous than non-tiny dogs? Like, that's so much more dangerous, it's ridiculous. Thankfully, the, what's it called? The toxic dart blowers do not respawn. So that gives us a lot more breathing room. That's pretty much a thing for Dark Souls 1. Usually, except for, like, the freaking archers in Anor Londo, most of the very dangerous enemies just don't respawn. Okay, that guy was thinking about coming up that ladder. He's still down there. He's not dead. He's gonna climb up again. It's a tower defense. This is my tower. Don't come up here. Another one of those goons. And back over here is the Eagle Shield. It's ordinarily very cool. Being that I'm so level 1, I will not care about it. That was possibly, like, I don't know if I would have been okay without blocking that attack. I'll grab the shield just because. It's the Eagle Shield. The Eagle Shield is like the first one you find that is a tower shield. Tower shields cannot parry, they do a shield bash instead. They have usually pretty crazy physical resistance and they don't cost you much stamina to block with. But the Eagle Shield in particular does not fully prevent the physical damage you would take from the blocked attack. Blocking is a tool, not a crutch. Okay. Alright, I got you angry, so we're just going to move past you here. I'm going to take you on. Going downtown. I'm going to kill your buddy here. Ow. Ow. That was a lot of damage. For those of you who are keeping track at home, that was a lot. Wow. Thank you for winding up all that time. It's really nice of you. So one way of beating these guys is you can kind of lure them into these areas where it's like clunky and their attacks don't work as well. Sometimes you can backstab them and they'll like fall off into nowhere. Woo! Sometimes you can just trust that your attack will be enough to kill them. And if it's not, you can die. Try jumping. I don't know why it says that necessarily. I mean, you certainly could, but I think there might be some areas down here that you can get to by falling. Yeah, there's a thing down there. Just gonna pop through the fog. There's no boss through here, that's just a checkpoint. Oh, wait a sec. Oh, there we go. I was like, wait, does this actually take us forward? I thought it did. Hold on now. Not hopelessly lost, right? That would be a shame. Okay, we are now very much towards like the base of Blighttown, dealing with like the swamp and some of the weird stuff that hangs out here, like this guy. Ow. They spit fire and stuff. They don't have a whole lot of health or anything like that. They're just like, they just have a projectile, so like everything else in Dark Souls, be aggressive, be aggressive, pretty much. I can probably kill them front on if I just run at them and like do a couple quick smacks. I do not remember, though. Oh, shoot. There's another guy. There he is. I see him. I missed! Oh no! I missed! That was a bad miss. Okay. At least we got the bonfire that's like halfway up. Okay, I think now I know enough to run past most of the guys. I might be wrong. Might be wrong. Let's try that again. Well, those like, you know, 30,000 whatever souls are totally gone. So now the pressure's off, right? Right? So I need to run around to the left of you, right? No, you just smart. You're just real smart, aren't you? Flippin' tiny dogs. Substantially more dangerous than regular dogs. I buffered in a dodge because I hit the wrong buttons. I don't know why I didn't get that that first guy with my like first combo. I hit something wrong, but I don't know what it was that I hit. Just like fat fingered something in. Could you not? Just like, oh my god. There we go. That is a slip and a death. I thought I could fall down onto that other spot. I don't think I actually need to interact with those dogs, do I? I can fall here, right? And then different set of dogs. Awesome. Why does this happen? I have angered somebody. But why? gonna say try jumping, and I don't recall if that is at all. I don't believe that is at all survivable. Not in the least. Let's see. Little bit of humanity. Yeah, I pretty much definitely need to climb back up. This is too far down to be useful, isn't it? It looks like that's how I initially got into the area, right? Over there? Is there a ladder up somewhere that I'm missing? Probably is, right? Some kind of ladder? Boo. Alright, this creaks just to mess with you. Super cool. Ow. There's a lot of weird safe angles sometimes. Like, I know I have a damaging part of my swing standing at like the base of that ramp, but I know his attack can never possibly hit me starting from that point. So I've pretty much just lost resources from where I was at the bonfire before. I've not killed that many guys in exchange. So, once again, to reiterate, let's see. I think we do fall down here. No, that was the part that was wrong. Okay, let me just die. That's really the best for everyone. Okay, so it wasn't there. I need to run up like one extra area past the fire dogs on the left, then I can start to drop down. So it's gotta be this way through here. Aha! I got past you. Punks. Now once I'm here, I can Estus. And then half of them will fall to their death trying to follow me. Chumps. And then I come over here. I'm gonna run past that guy, mostly. And from this ladder, I believe I'm safe because those guys cannot contemplate a ladder. Okay. Right, and that puts me here. He contemplated it. I'm gonna let him hang out down there and he can contemplate the other part of that ladder. I'm gonna head back over here and consider that. Thank you for cushioning my fall, buddy. Huh. That's probably a liar ahead followed by try jumping, the old Dark Souls classic. Okay, here we go. We're down here now. Yep, hit him in the face. It works. Oh boy. What are you doing here, buddy? They do find a way. There's a bit where I fell earlier. Oh, just short of full toxic. Whew! And we got the Wanderer gear set. That's one of the starting classes. Most of the armor that drops is basically just fashion. That guy's a jerk. Oh. Yeah, now we start to have some mosquitoes show up that deal incredibly minor damage, but cause the bleed effect to occur. So if you get hit by enough mosquitoes, you'll like suddenly die. Take that! I'll kill you through the wall. Don't you tell me where I can and can't stand. Jerk. Okay. Mosquitoes are actually like a serious threat and a huge nuisance. Like both of those things. There he goes. They will chip away at our health and make us miserable. Even these things make a wing buzzing noise. That's right, our hitboxes got there. Those two are both dead. Okay. This place is entirely quite difficult to manage because we've got a lot of just crud below us that causes poison when you walk through it. Super fun. So we have to kind of remember where it is we need to go. I believe up along the right-hand side a little ways up, there's a bonfire. There's a secret area back there that we're gonna come back to later. Because there's not a lot we can do with the secret stuff there, given our current power level. I would like to have a better weapon. Hitting above us is obnoxious. There we go. There we go. Okay. So I want to kind of run up along that way. There are several issues with doing so. Firstly, there are two enemies immediately below us. Okay. Leeches, there's some Titanite there. Okay. This is a good platform. That doesn't kill him. Great. Okay, two more of these guys. This part is truly a pain in Soul Level 1 because there's really no replacement for just kind of taking it slow and careful. Okay, here we go. Alright. Okay, this is a big checkpoint. This is a really nice checkpoint to have. I believe back through here is some meaningful items. A meaningful item. This place looks like it would be super ominous and that there would be something dangerous here, but this isn't even a mimic. This is just a dragon scale. Which would allow us to upgrade a dragon weapon if we ever had the possibility of equipping one, which we can't because we can't level up at all. We're like one stat point away from using the dragon sword, which I really thought we were going to be able to use. No, I stood in the wrong spot. I do need to full tilt run into these guys. Okay. So if we use humanity around this area, we can run into a special fight called Man-Eater Mildred, which is kind of fun. A little phantom person. There's a lot of places in Dark Souls where you can do that. So this is a little elevator section. I'll wait for another thing to come up. I believe we can connect somewhere. I wanted to point out something in the elevator. If we get to the right spot to see it. Is that the wheel of the elevator has like one of those little fire dogs running around to make it work. See, I gotta find an angle where I can see it. Oh, there he is, there he is, there he is. Yeah, he's working the wheel. Oh, a mosquito's attacking me. One good crack. Deal with him. So, up this way I believe is a shortcut to get back somewhere. I don't remember where. I think it's like near the graveyard this is connected. Or something like that. Little precarious. Kill you. Don't fall off. 'Cause that would be bad. Grab this. A lot of stuff. That is safe. It's sorcery that I won't use. Now, it's a sorcery I'm not going to use. It is tremendously useful in this area. Now, the set I just picked up is one of the more useful armor sets for Soul Level 1. It's fairly light and offers decent protection. Nope. We've got a guy over there who will not let me be have any peace. Okay. I'm up a little higher. There he is. Now this area up ahead is full of those little toxic shites. So I'm actually going to equip purple poison. Oh, this is poison curative. It's not blooming moss, so it won't actually fix toxic. Okay, that was not the way to start this area. One down. Okay, now I have toxic on me. Let's see. Will this fix that? Nope, nothing. So you see how quickly that brings my life down. Let's see. We will kill all of those guys. And I'm gonna hop down here. Get around these dogs. And I'll grab the Firekeeper Soul. Haha! I got it! And then I died. Just on cue. The Firekeeper Soul is the entire reason to go into that little segment, so now we have it. Don't have to worry. So I believe a shortcut to go like back up is on the other side of that elevator, but that's not what we really need to be concerning ourselves with right now, as we've got pertinent things over here. So we got a weird bit up here, because the upcoming boss, I actually don't know what element is expected to be effective against her, apart from just like, I think she actually doesn't like bleed. I think bleed is the effective way of dealing with her. Because I don't think she's properly considered a demon. I think she's considered actually human. And I don't know what that makes her vulnerable to. We only have but so much purple moss clumps to deal with this stuff. And we do need to kind of run past these guys, which is a bummer. large Titanite is quite nice. Because these dudes are totally gonna try to, like, throw that shit at me. Okay. So for soul level 1, I do generally run this upcoming boss just poisoned the whole time, and I just deal with it. So here we are in Quilag's domain. We've got these spider hunchback guys. So yeah, I can do up to 8 attempts of this fight without being poisoned. Now, this fight doesn't usually kill you by virtue of, like, small amounts of damage over time, so it's probably fine if I don't deal with the poison. Well, it's fine to fight it while poisoned. You'll probably need to use Estus once during the fight to compensate. Okay, it's been a long time since I've done this, and this fight is a bit more on the complicated side compared to the last couple ones we've been dealing with. Oh, and shield the kid's eyes, because, you know, she got him hanging out. Yep. Freaky Lava Spider Lady, Chaos Witch Quillag. Woo! If you haven't noticed before, now is a fine time to take notice of the fact that I'm going to do most of these fights, if not all of them, with the camera unlocked. There are a couple tricks to Chaos Witch Quillag. Big one is, she gonna put out that lava, and you need to not stand in there. It's bad for your health. She also has a what I would like to call at this day and age a social distance attack, which is to say, you best get the heck away from her or you gonna die. I need to remember what that telegraph looks like because that attack one-shots me. What I recall from that attack is she will embrace the spider head. She will only trigger that attack if I'm, like, hanging out next to her for a prolonged period of time. So we're going to be very in and out. When we have a lot of lava, we're just going to kind of move her around a bit. And she is keen on moving around. When she does that attack sequence, we just kind of cut in close to the spider head. And it pretty much works out. It's actually a great time for us to get in some shots. There's the stay away from me attack. That's an instant kill. And that's not just an instant kill on SL1. Casually, that's her most frustrating attack. Just gonna look for her to do sword swipes. Okay, that's vomit. That's fine. That's a whiff. That is leg stomps. Vomit. Okay, I need to get her a little bit away from all this gunk. That's a stab. That's leg stomps. Leg stomps. I am giving those more birth than is actually necessary. Triple attack? Nope, just one swipe. Nope, I did that wrong. Give her some space, heal up. That's vomit. get tangled up in her pretty little legs there. A few more smacks. What do you want to do now? Okay, triple attack. Single attack. Leap. The leap is actually, like, possibly problematic. You'll notice it comes along with a lava spit. The thing that's going to get us if we get got in this fight is usually going to be the lava. She is in a mood on that lava today. There's a leap. Ooh, followed by a leap back. Very tricky, Quillag. See, that is a bad move I almost made there. That's a front feet stab. If you could not be in the lava for a moment. I know it's your thing. Lava Vomit. And that's Chaos Witch Quillag, all wrapped up. Alrighty then. So now we're gonna head over this way. Okay, let's see, how long is that? Chaos Witch Quillag in under 3 hours. Not bad, not bad. Just gonna pop over here and ring that bell. Okay, following this, I should be going back to Andre. We're gonna use the large Titanite as well as the large Ember that we passed on to him to start upgrading our weapon, trying to get up to level 10. The ringing of the bell opens Sen's Fortress, which is just a whole lot of fun. Sen's Fortress is super mean the first time you go through it, because a lot of Sen's Fortress relies on surprises to give you a bad time. But it's a pretty cool place. There's a whole lot of secrets. You can use a lot of the traps against your enemies. And because we're soul level 1, we kind of have to, because a lot of the enemies there are a bit too tough to reasonably kill, really. Okay. I think there's also a bonfire here or something like that, or an elevator. I'm forgetting. Let's see. We do have a covenant over here. Okay, that's right. We've got a bonfire. We definitely want to light this. This is a very valuable teleportation point. Now, I think it was maybe a room back where the Covenant is. Somewhere around here. Here we are.
Oh dear. No matter. I pray that you would.
So back through here is the Fair Lady. The Fair Lady is a figure who absorbed the disease of all of those who were afflicted in Blighttown, and as a result was kind of twisted into this horrid thing. She can't actually talk anymore. But she is, in effect, a Firekeeper. This is the Chaos Servants Covenant. We're not going to... Like, normally, you might do this to get some pyromancy. You get access to Great Chaos Fireball, which is a very good ability. But that's not really why we're here. We're going to rest at the bonfire. That's right, you can change the Covenant if you want. The reason why we're here is because this door back here can be opened up if you progress the Covenant enough. That wall will open up, and it'll give us another way into the next area that we might want to use later. However, to progress the Covenant, we need to use humanity. Thankfully, we've got a bunch. We've got 24 out of, I believe, the 30 humanity that is needed to open that door. I'm going to proceed to offer a lot. If you have the, I believe it's the Witch's Ring, which is one of the opening offerings, you might be able to find it somewhere in the game, I don't recall. You become able to hear her voice. Her lore is very interesting. Oh, right. Because you are a Firekeeper, you can reinforce my Estus. Quilag is the sister of the Fair Lady and is here to defend her. You can kill the Fair Lady if you're a monster. I'm not a monster. I'm simply an undead. Okay, so we'll come back here later when we have more humanity and more stuff to do. We can try to progress through this area, but there's not much to really get done there. There is an armor set that is fairly good that I could go try to acquire. Let me see. I might take just one try at it. Which way is that? Down past these guys. So the egg-carrying supplicants, the fellow chaos cultists, are all hanging around here. Most of them are peaceful, just offering prayer. Some of them will like do this kind of spray attack at you that can infect you with eggs. If you get infected with eggs, they will start growing this kind of parasite larva thing from your head. And the parasite larva and the eggs will eat up half of the souls you earn. Once they've earned a certain number of souls, it sprouts into a full-born maggot that replaces your kick attack with, like, this maggot bite. It's, super weird. You can get the eggs removed with, I believe it's an egg vermifuge. Also, if you have an egg, if you have them on you and you talk to our buddy with the Covenant, I know he has some different dialogue. I forget what the dialogue constitutes. Up over here, we have our great big boss, Ceaseless Discharge. I don't remember all of the lore over here, except that this back over this way is his sister's tomb. And he is not super big on the grave robber that we are. So he's going to get real mad. And I ran forward too soon, which is why I died. I don't know his attacks very well. Like, at all. Did I actually rest at that bonfire? Okay, I did. I did. I'm going to go try that maybe one more time. So the Ceaseless Discharge is a boss-not-boss. You don't have to actually fight him and kill him, you just have to evade his attacks for a bit. The problem is, now that I've pissed him off, it's a lot harder to win. I forgot that he dealt damage with that initial thing. The area further down here, I don't actually need to come to for a really long time. But I felt that killing the boss over here would be pretty neat. And I think I will wear this set, the gold-hemmed black set. You will notice that the fire resistance on this is exceptional. The other defenses are tolerable. Notably, it's a very light set. It's even lighter than the baseline set we were wearing. One of the other sets I wear sometimes is the Crimson set, which is lighter on some pieces, heavier on other pieces compared to this set. I think the gold trimmed black set is like one of the core armor choices for Soul Level 1. So the problem is now, once we step in here, we are immediately in the boss fight. And the trouble is he will do that if we're out of range. So I have to ring around the outside so he tries the slap instead of the fire blast. And then I have to dodge that probably at least twice. So I'm gonna take like maybe 1 or 2 more attempts at that before I move on to something else. I mean, Sen's Funhouse is open and like, it's very doable. Let's see. I am going to rest here so that I have a shorter run back. The bells that we're hearing here are the bells being rung from people beating Quillag. Oh, also the areas you can see down here, there are like roots that run into the base of the world. The lore and the setting of Dark Souls is somewhat strange. There are things that are related that you would not assume to be related. The relationship between roots and fire, like tendrils of things, is peculiar. At the very basin of the world is just like a pool of ash, fertilizing the great arch trees. And everything else that is built on top of that history. He did something different that time. Cool. I have no idea how his AI actually works. I know that in order to beat him, you basically have to play tag right over here. Tag. And now after playing tag, I have to get back to the entrance of the arena. And I think if I do this correctly, he's pretty much not going to attack me. He's about to attack me. I didn't die that time. All right. I think from here I'm home free. Yep, so I'm just gonna run. And he is pretty frustrated by what I've done, like really notably so. So I'm gonna try and focus the camera on the poor guy. Yeah, he's so damn frustrated. He's just gonna jump after us, and it's not gonna work out for him. Our damage here doesn't actually matter. He really can't hold on for that long. But you can see how much damage we actually do to him. It's kind of pathetic. And then he immediately dies by losing his grip and falling down into the depths below. That's a boss killed, and we totally count that as fair. That guy actually has, like, a ton of health. He does a lot of damage, and he has about 2 attacks. You're not missing anything for cheesing him. He's not a fun boss to fight. His only attacks are like Fire Blast and this big tendril slap thing. And that's it. So if we want to, we can head out down over there, but that's going to kind of turn into a dead end for us at this point. So we'll come back later. Later on, we're going to get the ability to warp around, so it's going to be easier for us to get here as well. Which is why, like, when you first come here and fight Quillag, if you don't grab the Bonfire immediately after her, it's a pain. It's a giant pain in the neck. So now, we're going to be heading back and going for that elevator. We're going to take back up. I forget where that drops us off. I think it might be somewhere in the forest that we haven't explored yet. Let's see. Back in the forest, there is still the Hydra for us to, you know, get figured out. We have to buy the Covenant of Artorias. The Moonlight Butterfly is also at the end of the forest, but fighting that is a pain in the neck. And the only thing we get in exchange is the Magic Ember, which can allow us to create a magic scaling weapon, which would be very good if we were a sorcerer. We are not a sorcerer, so it's not very good. Getting some controller lag. I'm going to take just a moment right now, while I'm just not doing anything crazy, to try and see if I can find my wired Xbox controller. Okay. This one is a knockoff, but it's wired. So, let's do this. Oh, I also lost the camera. Fun. I did reduce the quality of the webcam to try and account for the fact that I've been getting these camera freezes. And it does appear that I've gotten fewer camera freezes. It waited, politely almost, until I stood up to freeze. So, now we got that going. Unfortunately, it's at lower quality. Is that hanging off of the... Whoop. No, no. You stay. Webcam. Oh, that's like kind of hanging out there. Did the aspect ratio get like reset? Okay, I think that's what I had it set at before. Here we go. A little more. And the chat is in a bit of a weird spot. Okay. And now, everything's going to play nice, and I can just play the game. Okay, yeah. We can work with this. It's got a little bit worse ergonomic feel, because this is a much older and slightly off-brand controller, but whatever. The joysticks are fine. I can use the claw grip. These are the important things. Yep. Trigger buttons are fine. Okay, that's right. I've unequipped my anti-poison stuff, so let me put that back on real quick. Okay, so there's a couple other things around here that I could explore. There's some valuable, like, items and upgrade materials around, but I don't want to be here. I think I'm going to kill you. I am one with his hitbox. You gonna throw that at me? What do you want? One of the others is mad. Okay, one down. I think he might have thought better of the whole thing. As much as he can think better of anything. He's just kind of cracking skulls, eh? Get you. Get you. Okay. Look, if y'all could just not for a bit. Ha! The poison resist on this set is better than my last one. I'm still gonna eat this though so that I can move faster. There is an item you can get in a certain area that prevents you from being slowed down when moving through muck like that. That can be brought along here to make the lower area more bearable. If you're trying to fully explore that area, it's a nightmare. And there is, like, a lot of stuff down there. It's worth exploring. Can't say it's not. Yeah, if you fall off of that with the wrong timing, you're just gonna die. And people do. You also fall off of the elevator itself. Dog. Wait a minute. That dog is not, like, properly in place. He's, like, clipped through the bottom. I don't think I've seen that before. This time we climb up instead of doing the side area. And we just keep climbing. Ah, itchy, itchy. Eh, my nose. We're good. Okay, let's see. More climbing. More climbing! I really just want to outclimb these mosquitoes so I don't have to deal with them. That sounds great. If you could just oblige me on that, be all good. This is not a mimic. That is a very important item. Pretty sure, anyway. That shout of his, I think, will attract others. It didn't aggro the one that's further down the hall. I think it can, at a certain range. Thank you very much for staggering. It's very thoughtful of you. Okay, this time, 2 of them are angry at the same time. Our tried and true strategy for proper self-defense in Dark Souls. Backstab more. it is a shame how, like, in Dark Souls, you can reduce most everything that isn't a boss to proper backstabbing. Except for dogs. You can't backstab dogs. They don't have the right, like, spinal alignment for that, I guess. Okay. So this puts us down at an area from a long time ago. We used the master key to open that previously. We've had access here for forever. This is just the time when we're, like, properly coming here. But we can use this. And there's an elevator down here. Or rather, this is back to New Londo Ruins. I do want to talk to that blacksmith again to see if raw weapons are somehow suddenly available. Because I really forget what gates that.
Oh, I'm scrapped. She's trying.
Yep. Okay, yeah, he still only does magic. Just magic. I've got a dragon scale, but that's basically it. And his items don't interest me either.
Smithing helped out.
Okay. It's called, I believe the name Rickard is taken from the Tinkerer character in Berserk. Berserk is a big part of the inspiration for Dark Souls, and most every Dark Souls game has some kind of a greatsword or claymore weapon that is very close to Guts' greatsword from Berserk. In Dark Souls 2, it's like almost a direct lift. Dark Souls 1 is a bit more restrained. Okay, next thing on the docket is upgrading the weapon further and then sends Fortress, both over at Andre. So we're going to walk through the Undead Burg to get there. Actually, we're going to take the elevator there. Oh, yeah, we have some other dudes show up back here for like a pilgrimage of some character. Well, we could talk to them if anybody's interested in like the NPC plots. This is our first meeting
You look awfully times
with Trusty
The least you
Patches.
can do is look sharp. Don't you dare. You might scare her off. Oh, I don't suppose we accompany. It is quite a chore. I can't very well.
Hello there. I am Petrus of Thoroland. If not,
Yeah, we've got Petrus who can sell us miracles.
You don't suppose we accompany. It is. I can't.
I can't recall if it's Petrus or the fellow over here who turns out to be a scumbag. I think it's Petrus, actually.
I will be so. It was.
He will be departing soon.
Oh, miracle.
Yeah. He can also teach us the shrug gesture. He can allow us into the Covenant. He sells miracles, whatever.
Come again.
Miracles and spells are just two different kind of flavors of magical spells. They're both magical spells. But they run off of different stats, and it's a different set of tools. Miracles tend to give you a lot of extra healing. There's also a miracle that causes knockback called Force. I believe that one can also deflect projectiles if you do it with the correct timing. Force is used in PvP a lot to troll people by knocking them off of ledges. It is pretty hilarious that you can do that to people. I'm just going to hustle through here so I can go talk to Andre the Blacksmith, hand him off the Ember, get my weapon upgraded, yada yada blah blah blah. Same old, same old. Most embers that you find in the game, you deliver to Andre. Fun fact, Andre is killable. You can kill him and have a much harder time with the game as a result.
I could. Why not?
Alright. Take this up to a reinforced club +6 using a large Titanite shard. Oh, actually, no, this is the one that allows us to make a raw reinforced club. Let's see. So the +6
I'll be seeing you next week.
with the stat boost that's available gets it to 155 plus 15. So if we change it to raw, we lose the +15. But in exchange, it gets like a +12. I believe that will be... Oh, so we lose a +15 in exchange for a +13. I think over time it turns out better. Okay, he doesn't sell large Titanite even now. So I'm going to have to find more. I can buy the Crest of Artorias and the Armorsmith box. We'll learn the Hurrah gesture, because it's there.
Don't get yourself neither of it.
And we'll call that done. We can always go to the forest over there. That's an option. Yeah, the new stats on our Raw Reinforced Club does 168. It's actually 168 plus 34 because it keeps the C scaling parameter. It just doesn't get the B scaling. Wait. Oh, it's displaying that because we're two-handing it. We were one-handing it earlier. So with one hand on the weapon, it's a +12, which is only slightly lower than the +15. Because it locks our parameter bonus at a C instead of the improved B parameter that we had previously. But who cares? Our parameters suck. It's possible that we might have weakened our two-handed club attacks as a result of this. But whatever. Doesn't matter. Rather than going to the forest, which is an option at this time that I could do, there's a couple bosses in the forest, and I am going to have to go back there later one way or another. Coming up in here to fight some Sneeple. Hey there, Snaky Boy. And yes, these guys can also be backstabbed. They have a wicked backswing. And they can do this snake bite thing. Now we're getting Soul of a Brave Warrior and all that stuff. I'm going to have to remember some things about the layouts of Sens, and I'm not always good at avoiding these things. Just because, you know, like, depth perception is meh. This guy can be tricky. It's a lot trickier because there's somebody up ahead throwing lightning at you. I hope I remember to rest at the bonfire before Andre. I did. It's noteworthy that coming back there, my Estus didn't go back up to 10. It's because most bonfires only get you back 5 Estus until you can perform the Rite of Kindling, which requires that you kill a certain boss. And then afterwards you have to spend some humanity at the bonfire to juice it up. But, you know, if you're doing well, you are kidding me. That hit me and not the giant snake man. We might be doing this whole song and dance with these guys a few times over. Fair warning. I mean, honestly, for Dark Souls 1, I really hope you enjoy the backstab animation, because you're going to see a lot of it. A heck of a lot of it. Okay. So we can kind of stand right here. There we go. fall off. We move through here, and we're heading upstairs. So that guy over there, I believe, is content to throw lightning bolts forever without actually ever approaching us, which is super fun. Yeah, the enemies here can also be hit by the traps, as mentioned. Whoa! That one... It is curled, so that's not a mimic. Each time I'm checking the chain that goes there. Also, just for the fun that it is, just the ones that are not mimics, the ones that are mimics totally still have items in them. They just have items that they'll like drop if you properly kill them. Okay. This bit is tricky. We need to have the right timing when we go. And I need to remember where the safe spots are, which I don't right now. Right here, that's where it is. Priestess. Who's only really willing to come after us after we've evaded the rock trap. Sometimes they get killed by the rock trap, but not always. Ow. This room has that trap on the floor, which does darts from behind. This is a bit where a lot of people die because of falling rocks. Okay, deadly. And we survived. Pivoting this in a certain way, unlock an area. I don't even remember if that's the correct pivot, but it's an option. Okay. We got some snake people killed by rolling rocks. It's not open from this side. Okay. That is a platform. It will rise up to, like, impale you to death. And then I believe down there is, like, the first mimic of the game. It contains a lightning spear, which is quite powerful, but not necessary for us. So over here, we rolled over this guy. I should not have jumped all the way down. Whatever. I have access to this dude here, Big Hat Logan.
I have a bright mold and empty this place.
We can let him out because we have the master key.
Oh, and but I must log a few speak with.
That's very necessary and important if you want fire sorcery, which we if you want sorcery, which we don't care about actually, but whatever. Yeah, that's a lie. There is no treasure ahead. You just fall off and die. One of these is an elevator. I think it's this one. Are you the elevator? Nope. Is it this one? Probably not. Is it these guys? Because they're paired. Nope. One of these is not like the others. One of these I could have sworn takes you up and down. Am I thinking about, like, another Dark Souls game? It's possible that I am doing that. Alright, well, I forget what's supposed to be there, or, like, how you're supposed to activate that shortcut, whatever it is. I am probably misremembering, almost a guarantee. I need to wait for the boulder to come through here, because I foolishly sent the boulder on this course. Like an idiot. They're not actually coming through this way. Plus, I can check out this area up here now because that snake priestess followed me and is dead. That's safe. Ring of Steel Protection. I can actually make use of that. This just gives us extra armor. I forget by quite how much, but it's just nifty. Here's the dangerous bit, right? Yep. Woo! And you can just barely run that. It's just barely enough time. We're just going to point those outside of the tower so we don't have to worry about them at all. Alright, that's the area from earlier. This is the way to proceed. Just gonna activate that real quick. I believe we have a snake warrior around here. Should be soon, right? Oh, we got this kind of thing. This one is particularly nasty. Woo! This is like a slight deviation in them all. We've got one snake warrior there, and I think there's another one over here that I've already aggroed. And another one at the top of these stairs. I didn't know these goons had a leaping attack. So Color me surprised. The best defense is good offense. That's how you play Dark Souls. Large Titanite shards. Excellent. Need those. And that guy is dead, so I think I can just keep going, right? Damn it. Uh-oh. I'm dead. I needed to stop sooner. I realized at the last moment that I wasn't going to make it through, but I didn't stop in time. And yep, that's the whole tower to run back through. That's why I thought there was a shortcut that I had gotten earlier, but I think it's later in the whole place. Okay. Wake up the first couple of snakes. Run over this. Get a light stabbing, do some rolling. It's important and worth noting that I can roll through most of these attacks when I'm like on my game. I backstab so that I don't need to test myself on the things that I can do. It's like maybe a little defensive of me to say, but whoops. Thank you for breaking my fall, as much as I'm kind of screwed down here. This place is full of really raunchy guys. Like that guy over there. He's not fun to fight. There is a ring that makes it easier to walk here, but I don't have it. There we go. Thank goodness I had that snake to cushion my fall. I don't remember if that fall is actually lethal or not. I just remember that entire area down there is super bitchy, and for a soul level 1 run, there's no reason for us to go there. We can get a large soul of a proud knight as a souvenir for heading down there once. It's like, look, you can see those 2 snake guys down there, just waiting for you to screw up. Now, for a moment in that earlier death, I thought I could possibly recover, since it knocked me back. Yeah, you hiss. You do all that stuff. I'm super intimidated, I promise. I think he died. I'm gonna go with that. Yep. Poke my head out. Okay, I think the rocks stay in a certain configuration. Okay, well, they're not configured like that right now, so stabbed. When you get down to it, you have a heck of a lot of health in Dark Souls. You have a lot of health and defense, even at soul level 1. You can have a lot more. You can play the game around blocking when you're not on soul level 1. Okay. We don't need to fuss with this anymore. We're just going over this way. I don't have a lot of Estus to work with. That'll take care of him. Okay, I had to use the last of my Estus just before. And this is the part that's really nasty with that guy. I think I'm going to try throwing a bomb at him. Or two. That splashed in front of me. There. One of the options here is like to try and jump over to that spot. It's just wicked hard. Thank you, Guy, for writing a message. A lot of people do that. They're just super bros. They just write a message to show you exactly where to stand. Okay, this next section is a little tricky, but if I can get up far enough, there is a bonfire. The problem is, there is a giant that will throw fire bombs at me and give me no moment of peace. I'm pretty sure it's here for the bonfire. Yeah, there we go. Hip. Made it. I'm alive. And we can upgrade this a couple of times. We've got some large Titanite. Alright, up to +3. It's giving us 201 attack before considering the strength bonus, which is 14 while single-handed. And while double-handed, it's a little more, right? +40, so 240 damage, solid. Okay, so in order to have a peaceful boss fight, we might need to kill that giant. I think he's kind of skippable because I don't know if he can actually huck stuff at the boss arena or not. Also around here we have some more Balder Knights. Which are particularly good for farming some more Titanite. And we have the option of doing that. It's a bit helpful before we go to Anor Londo. To have like more of this. That's a safe chest. The flame stone plate ring, which can get our fire resistance even higher, which we are going to use at a certain point against an opponent known as the Demon Fire Sage. I wonder why we're using the fire resistance against him. He's kind of rude. I forget how to get over there, so we're not going to worry about it. It's also possibly useful here, the flame stone plate ring, that is, because I think I mentioned before, there is a big old giant who is throwing around a lot of fire. He does have like a line of sight. Oh, I actually couldn't roll. He couldn't live. That's funny. Funny how that works. One of the quirks of Soul Level 1 is even like a very basic Estus is very functional in terms of restoring our health. In other games where we have a whole bunch more health, a single sip of Estus will not fully recover us. Okay, this guy is like super extra, that's right. He's got like an S-Stock and he's this big deal guy. That's right, okay. This area is just like extra credit. I don't need to get over here. If I remember correctly, there's a really nice shopkeep. But I might not force myself to go that direction. It's very optional. If I remember correctly, the best thing about that shopkeep is they have a unique ring that I'm not even going to use. So, let's just go this way. People love to troll about where there are illusory walls. There are not very many illusory walls actually in the game. This is the shortcut one. Of course it freaking is. And it's locked. I think maybe you need to kill the guy at the end to get into it. This is kind of the bit where you can get plastered by the giant who's throwing firebombs if you're slow. Case in point, don't take your time, even though it looks like a tightrope walk. And this is where that guy is hanging out. Ouch. If you get hit by that, you will die. Absolutely. But it tires him out. Poor guy. He's dead. He ain't coming back. And he gives us a Titanite chunk, which is quite valuable. These are the firebombs he's been lighting and chucking. And that over there is the next boss. This is another way to get over to the shopkeep that I was talking about. Now that I remember, there is another way. At least I think it is. I thought there was a staircase here. Anywho, that vendor's like just below that point. You just have to like kill that guy on that narrow passageway who has a fighting style who's specialized at dealing with narrow passageways. A lot of Dark Souls is like that. It's easier to fight him if you back him up. I forget how willing he is to follow you backwards, though. Okay, we've got the Iron Golem. Our game plan is pretty much just to absolutely ruin this dude's ankles. And try and avoid that big hand smack thing that he got us with earlier. He has a very noteworthy stagger. And if you stagger him back correctly, he can be made to fall off this entire thing. I didn't quite get him. Looks like he had a spot to put his hand. still not really a big deal, because like most Dark Souls bosses, he's... Ow! I got stomped a little there. I'm almost dead. I nearly demonstrated the talk shit to get hit combo. He's staggered again. That time I got the fall off unique kill animation. Yeah. If I'd gotten that the first time, he'd be straight up dead from the first time he fell over. And with that, we're able to proceed to Anor Londo. Anor Londo is where things get tough. If things weren't tough enough already. Alright, so that's less than 4 hours to Anor Londo. I'm really glad to be able to demonstrate that. I feel like I've been showing some solid competency within the game. And of course, Anor Londo is a spectacle within Dark Souls. It feels like an inversion when you make it here. Like the something about the tone has shifted. And that's when you kind of realize that you're dealing with two sides of a society. The isolated upper crust, as opposed to the regular, dilapidated burg. We have reached Anor Londo. So these giant knights over here are kind of a pain if you fight every single one. They have a very, very small aggro bubble. You don't need to tick them off. There are occasions where we will tick them off for the specific purpose of gathering some treasure. Anor Londo is like purposefully big. Like a lot of the places you run around here are going to feel larger than necessary. All right. We can't make donations to our Covenant here. Bummer. Did we get enough large Titanite for another upgrade? Yes, we did. Okay. 3 large Titanite to go up to raw reinforced +5.
Well, welcome to the Lost. If you seek Lord Gwynzel, exit here. If you are the chosen, what follows thereafter?
Ah, this person is also a Firekeeper. So they're a Firekeeper for now, but we are going to do something later on that's going to piss them off. And after that, we won't have a bonfire at this place, which is pretty annoying. I think that will make the bonfire at Sen's Fortress into the closest one, which is just the kind of thing that we're going to have to deal with. So we're going to take this elevator on down. I believe we need to fight another gargoyle over here. Yeah. With one hit, we've removed his tail. And this is really because we know which weapons are good. We've got 2 hands on a weapon, and we know to be aggressive. There are a lot of enemies that we can just stagger down and make them look like absolute chumps. So we need to go over here. This took me forever to figure out casually. Is that we need to pop over here. And I think there's like some items that we might be able to grab. But we need to like walk over onto one of those windowsill type things on the left. That's a good chest. Demon Titanite. Demon Titanite is useful for very select weapons. It's not. I don't recall if that's just for boss weapons, or if it's for something else. I don't know. I think it's just for boss weapons that you use Demon Titanite. There's like a category of special weapons that are not boss weapons that use Twinkling Titanite. Okay, so there's the way we can get back up here. But what we need to do is head down here and go up over here, very annoyingly. This segment here is pretty rough. So we've got some nimble dudes that do enough damage to kill us, and they're going to be all over. You can see they're kind of dual-wielding knives like jerks. And they drop a lot of throwing knives. So if we want throwing knives, this is the place. Get all throwing knives you want. Oh, it's worth noting that the Bonfire in Anor Londo naturally gives us 10 Estus. It's just at that level of kindling. So all these spots that have like the little arch, we can walk on that, but, you know, most of this place is just obnoxious, and these dudes are going to come try to fight us. We'll knock this down, which will kill some guys down there, funnily enough. And it's really hilarious, if you ask me. Later on, we can get down to the lower part of this chapel, and there is some cool stuff over there. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, that guy nearly got us. He was almost dead. He's going to be very dead. But it didn't happen. This guy is like Havoc physics up in our boots. Okay, so we made it. Scary, scary section. Could easily take a death there. Alright. We have a limited ability to walk down over here. Come on, get onto the staircase. Ah, I thought I could just plummeting attack him and it would be hilarious. I mean, he's still dead, but it was less funny. Trying to remember, like, what the reason was for coming down here. I don't know. Might be something. This whole area is related to, this is the area where you would follow up on Lautrec's quest if you did not kill him earlier. And in that circumstance where you did not kill him earlier, you'd be killing him now. And in order to do that, you actually have to invade his world using a red-eye orb. You, like, pseudo-multiplayer it. Because effectively, he's, like, taking a PvP action against you that you need to respond to. Okay, with that down, it will remain in place even if we die, so we can do a couple other things. Also, there's another gargoyle here. Ow. Jerk. I think this one might not be subject to a tail cut. There we go. And it's dead. For gargoyles and some other enemies that have a limited number of spawns in the game, on the last one of them that you kill, you're guaranteed to get their drops. And that's just kind of how they work. So down here and over here, I believe is how we get into the base of this area. Yes, looks like that is correct. Ah! Ow. Take that. The armor set for these guys isn't too bad for SL1 because it's very light. It's also very fashionable. Those are the two important considerations. These guys are the Painter Guardians. And I'm going to have to come back here later because I did not get... There's a key item that's necessary for this room. And if you have it, you can access the world in the painting in the back of the room. But that requires the straw doll, which is back in the asylum on the revisit. So I have to go back there. I'm going to do all of that stuff after beating Ornstein and Smo and getting the Lord Vessel. I say that as though it's an inevitability. Killing Ornstein and Smo is going to be one of the harder fights in the game. See, the only fights that are, like, a match for that in SL1, like, are going to be some expansion nonsense, like, I don't think Manus is terribly hard. A lot of people get completely bodied by Manus, but for me, Calamite, the Black Dragon, is absolutely harder. Yeah, we're not that far from a bonfire, I don't think. It's on one of these sides. It's still obnoxious. I have to get into this building and like do a whole bunch of nonsense. So let's see. Yeah, these giant guards, these are a lot angrier than the last set of giant guards, which you might have noticed by virtue of the fact that that one just stabbed me. Yep. No. Okay, it doesn't open from this side. Okay. We'll just head on through there. And I really don't want to fight these guys. They have plenty of HP. They've got health for days. Those guys over there, I think, like, might be guarding something important, or that might be the route I'm supposed to take. I'm trying to remember. Okay, those guards don't really want to come out further than this. Alright, that's cool. These things here are the flippin' worst. These are absolutely, like, unpleasant goons. And you may have noticed there's like 3 of them down here, and I pretty much have to deal with them. Oh, thank goodness I got that one to fall off of something. If you can get these to come on one at a time, they're tolerable. But these things have a variety of fast attacks that they can pitch, including that dive. That still hit me, because I didn't dodge the right timing. They have that stab. This sweep that I just misdodged. But I should be able to kill him now, I think. Unless he gets me on the back dodge. They have that kind of reach. Got him. Alright, I burned a lot of Estus doing that. And I used a black firebomb on the one on the left, so if I have to redo this section, I don't have that to work with. Okay. There is no illusory wall ahead. That guy is being a troll. As always. This is not an illusory wall either. This is a pointless spot. Where the hell am I supposed to go? I plumb forgot. It's down here. This is the spot. Okay, so this area is a nightmare. Not only because there are 2 more of these guys. Okay. Aggression wins! Aggression wins, don't stop moving, that's a lesson of Dark Souls. These guys are legendary. You may have noticed that these arrows, like, even have slight autocorrect. Things hooking through the air to murder my ass. I do not have a keen recollection of how to beat this section. You will notice that neither of these sides is walled off. I didn't get shot in the back! That's a miracle! Oh my god. Okay, and through like one of these doors is a bonfire. Like, that is legitimately the worst section of the game, but there is a bonfire, like, right after. Oh, Solaire has not progressed because I didn't, actually, talk to him. I didn't actually complete his first dialogue, so he has not, moved along. Interesting. There aren't really any NPC dialogues worth progressing in Soul Level 1. Hey, buddy. Just gonna, real quick. Just gonna boot scoot behind you. Yeah, Silver Knights you can just kind of put on notice. Sunlight Metals, those are only useful if you're running a Covenant, or if you're in Solaire's Covenant. Okay, this area, there's a lot of stuff to do, but if I recall, there's a way to get around it all by taking this jump at the right angle. There we go. I believe that skips kind of a lot. Excuse me, buddy. Wrong room, wrong room. Now I need to come down through here and open a door. If you just let me pass, cool. Thank you. I believe that's a one-way only door, and now that it's open, I should be able to backtrack through here without a fuss. Silver Knights look intimidating, but they're not very quick, and they have a big back arc for some reason. Like, it's unnaturally large. The ones with the spears in particular have, like, a very small attack angle. Except for that, like, sweep. They're just not very dangerous. I mean, they can do that. That'll cost me an Estus. Every mistake costs me an Estus because I'm soul level 1. And I get the Silver Knight armor, which is just for show. I will never wear it as soul level 1. Among other things that you can get when you level up, you can get the ability to like carry more without slowing you down. That allows you to equip like better armors. Also, every single level has a 1-to-1 relationship with your defense, which is a neat thing to have sometimes. And it's not a thing that we have, and it's a thing we're never going to have. So there's that. So we're heading down here to meet our good buddy, the Giant Blacksmith. He is a cool dude. He's able to modify things to make them lightning, and he's able to create boss weapons, several different boss weapons. You need to have a certain baseline weapon, a certain soul, blah, 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 blah. But most importantly, pretty much, he's going to allow us to buy more large Titanite and a lot of twinkling Titanite. I'm going to buy like 3 of those because I'm almost done with large Titanite. I'm going to spend all the rest of my money on twinkling Titanite. So I've got 7. Twinkling weapons go to 5, and I believe that's 1, 1, 2, 2, 3. So I'm going to need about 9. We actually do have a lot of souls. It's about another 3. If I screw up on my calculations for the Twinkling Titanite, I can like get more in a few more places. I think there are a few Twinkling Lizards in like the forest that I can go to. Forge I can, strong I am. Yep. Okay, that is 11. Let's see, if I want to improve certain armors, I might need some more, so we're just going to crack the last of what we have. Now, typically, I could use some of the Lord Souls as extra fuel for this, and I could just crack them and contribute towards this effort. I might want to hold on to some of them for posterity. I don't need to. So, if it's a soul for a boss that is optional, I'm going to hold on to it to prove that I killed the boss as part of the boss run, so that I can like do some screenshots at the end and post them to the Dark Souls 1 Soul Level 1 subreddit. The One Bros subreddit. But both of those bosses are non-optional, so I can just crack those souls for souls. And buy 4 more of those. Okay, 15 is probably about good enough. And the reason why I'm saying about good enough and why I want to buy them all right now is because I need to kill this guy. Just like the one from before, you'll get real tired. F in the chat. It's truly sad. But this Blacksmith Giant Hammer is actually equipable by a Soul Level 1 character. It is a lightning damage weapon, and it does quite a lot of lightning damage. It also does... it's also just a lot of damage in general. The only requirement to equip it is 16 strength, which is near the upper bounds, 18 strength, of the like biggest, baddest thing we can equip. It's got more reach. It's a very useful weapon for quite a lot of fights. So we're going to nab it. And then we're going to run over here and open this door, so that we have kind of a shortcut. Oh yeah, these guys can also throw lightning javelins, as a note. Yep. It's unfortunate for the poor giant blacksmith, but we are notably stronger with him dead. That's a very potent weapon for Soul Level 1, and that's the only way to acquire it. The last time I was doing an SL1 run, that was utterly clutch in me getting my way through. I could go down that way, but there's a tough guy down there that I don't want to fight. He actually has a great sword, as opposed to like the spear-wielding knights. So he's a lot more dangerous. But basically, we're going to run down through here, run past a lot of enemies, and quite likely die, so that we can open a door that will let us make fast runs on the boss. And we are likely going to need fast runs on the boss, because this boss is goddamn famous in all of gaming. Okay, with the doors now open, we will hustle and make our first ill-fated attempt on Ornstein and Smo. And I think it's almost guaranteed to be ill-fated, given that I haven't fought them in years, and I only have 2 Estus flasks, and these guys are nuts. Whew. Yeah, we're at the 4-hour mark, which is about what I expected to be streaming for today. So I'm just going to be here at Ornstein and Smo and do like half an attempt on them, and then I'm going to call it a night. Oh my god, he does that much damage, I forgot. Okay, and we don't have healing, so... Clunked. So, there are some ways of running that fight and handling it. It's a big, difficult trick of a fight. The whole thing is like kind of a mess on purpose. Smo has several attacks that will be able to kill us pretty much instantly, so we'll have to be watching out for that the entire time. When we're in phase 2, depending on which one of them we're dealing with at any given point, they will have several attacks and kill us instantly. Any attack we do take will require us to heal in order to be out of the one-shot range, so it's pretty much a two-shot fight, and if we get into like a lot of healing loops, can just kind of result in us dying. But we're going to be able to make a quick run over there from the other bonfire, which gives us 10 Estus per attempt. And once we've beaten this boss, we can warp all the willy-nilly around and head on back to a lot of different revisits that are still kind of pending to be done. We have the option of trying to use resins for the fight, but it's usually not going to pan out super well. I do believe if I just run around and get like a couple more souls, I can reinforce this club up to the club +5, but that's probably about the cap of how strong we're going to be for this fight. There's a lot to be said about having a fast weapon for this fight, and the last time I beat this, I was using the Jagged Ghost Knife rather than the raw reinforced club, which is notably deadlier and faster. Kind of both on those. It's deadlier because it's faster, mostly. It's easier to build up bleed when you're attacking faster. We are going to be going for a kill on Ornstein first, as opposed to Smaug first. And the reason for that is, it's the easier way to do it, generally speaking. You get a slightly different reward for the boss fight, whichever way you do it. But tactically, Ornstein has certain backstep attacks that he'll do if you stay in his face. And so forcing yourself into Ornstein and getting him to backstep also serves the purpose of building distance against Smo, so you can try to keep the fight as a one-on-one. Ultimately, both of them have fairly slow attack patterns when you really get down to it. It's just the fact that you're managing both that makes it tricky. Their attacks are also somewhat persistent, and they have some sweeping options, which is different from the bosses that you can just kind of ankle bite to death. You do have to genuinely fight. Ornstein is the best way through this. Is Smo won't move. You can hit him all day, you can dodge his stuff in point blank, but Ornstein will mess you up. Ornstein is the one that you need to spend your focus on most of the time, and you need to be able to dodge Smo without necessarily looking at him, just by being aware kind of continually of his positioning, timing, and his attacks. This is also part of why I think I can naturally play Dead by Daylight and pick that up pretty well. I think a lot of those skills of your peripheral awareness translate really cleanly. And indeed, one of the most renowned Dead by Daylight players, Darva, is also got a huge background in Dark Souls. And that is, I think, a big part of how, skills that he's translated that has helped him to pick up that game and made him enjoy it so much. I imagine. I see that parallel. I think that's about right. Anywho, it has been a long night. I'm getting a little hoarse, so I'm going to get some water and call it. Thank you for joining. This has been Jupiter Exile. Until next we wander.